He's the Lord of Minecraft, not the Light God King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. I want the entirety of the road continent for the dawn. Every single bit. Within the framework of Ian's Dawn God cult, there are actually detailed levels. The first level is Dawn believers, the second is clergy, the third is fanatics, and the most core level is the inner circle has to add a brand new structure of expansion begins. It will not stop. He wants the entirety of the road continent, every single bit. Of course, for now, he's just progressing towards a small goal, starting with conquering the Duchy of Bilka. Based on this objective development, the framework of the Dawn God cult must continue to expand and improve. The Dawn God cult's various level systems, the Dawn God cult's promotion channels, the Dawn God cult's organizational structure, these all urgently need to be completed. And setting up this framework is still just the beginning point. Ian needs to use the MC World's experience level system and the characteristic of linking strength with the road continent to plan out the strength realms in detail. Framework will also be bound to the Dawn God cult's promotion mechanism. Then, he will supplement the Dawn God cult's fixed welfare benefits. Finally, a full and complete church will be finished. This work is more troublesome than Ian spending a week running around looking for. The end must be even more rigorous. This is not a job that can be completed in a day or two, so let's talk about it. After taking Lael and the others to slay the dragon, once the organizational structure is complete, it will be time for new people to enter the MC world, to generate electricity for Ian the Shoulder with a smile. With just this one action, it was already a great honor in the monk's eyes, to put it bluntly. It is estimated that many people will go back and collect this monk's robe and offer it up, leaving the origin land to preach in Tree Crown City. Won't that make you a little unwilling? After all, Tree Crown City is not as good as the origin land. No. A young monk replied decisively. Father Matthew taught us that the Lord's gaze is not on one place, but on us. No matter where we go, we are watched by the merciful Lord, and the only thing we can repay the Lord with is to carry his earnestness and spread the divine power of the dawn to farther lands. Ever since becoming a monk of the Dawn God cult, we have been dreaming of the day to spread the Lord's love. Ian nodded in satisfaction and patted the young man who spoke on the shoulder emphatically. What's your name? Answering. Your Holiness the Pope, my name is Doris, and I'm the first monk to graduate from the Dawn Monastery. Doris. Ian looked at the young man, and Lael whispered, Your Holiness the Pope, he is the first place graduate of the first batch of monks from the Dawn Monastery. Not bad, I'll remember you. Ian looked in satisfaction, which made Doris excited, and his face flushed, looking like he was about to. You are right, the Dawn's gaze is always on his most beloved children. So wherever you go, that place is the soil of the dawn. This world is sinking, and only the dawn can save the road continent. Take your mission and go, and call back more lost sheep for the dawn. When the church in Tree Crown City is completed in the future, you will be the priests of Tree Crown City. After drawing a big cake, this group of church monks went to Tree Crown Faint City with full of hope. It wasn't until they left the castle that Ian looked at Lael. Tomorrow, you go and send some antidotes to treat the zombie virus. After this group of monks arrive, show a miracle in front of the citizens of Tree Crown City. Also, arrange for the MC World water and bone meal. After these things are done, leave Tree Crown City to them, and you bring Harlan back first. We are going to slay the dragon. Lael nodded and said, Young Master Ian, the news that Tree Crown City has been occupied by us now. Need to suppress it. Ian looked into the distance with a smile. I need this arrow to fly further. Yes. As soon as Lael agreed, Markov, who went to the basement to give Cleveland and the others a deep massage, also came out with Cleveland and Lyman, who were full of grey eyes. The legs that these two people had broken had grown back, and apart from the bloodstains remaining on their bodies, they seemed to be fine. But they had the appearance of living dead people, and they twitched in horror from time to time. Bang. The two were thrown on the ground at random, and Leisure glanced at Markov dissatisfied. Pay attention. It's not like you're the one cleaning up. Markov took a big gulp of water and said nonchalantly, "It's okay. Everything here is made of building materials from the Dawn Heaven Kingdom, which are dust free." "I'm still disgusted," Leisure scolded, and Ian waved his hand to appease Leisure's anger. "How was the hospitality? Did they feel our Dawn God cult's etiquette?" Markov grinned, revealing a grim murderous aura. "Quite in place, young Master Ian. I invited these two guys to sit on the wooden donkey and then let them watch their family members go through all the 18 levels of hell that you mentioned." Thumbs up. You finally have a heart, Markov. You figured out psychological healing too. Thanks to the regeneration potion. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Markov scratched his head with a simple smile, then said regretfully, "It's a pity that the people in their family aren't tough enough. A few were scared to death. That's not important." Ian waved his hand and said softly, "Did they confess?" "They confessed everything as soon as they sat on it." "Then why are you dawdling for so long?" "I was just thinking, since we are here, let them sit for a while longer." Markov chuckled, then said seriously, "Young Master Ian, according to them, the third prince is the mastermind behind this." Markov briefly chatted with Ian. Unsurprisingly, these two guys were just pawns. The king of the Principality of Burka is old, but he still hasn't named an heir, so fighting has naturally arisen. This matter originally had nothing to do with old Forbes. After all, the Forbes family is focused on fighting the demons and doesn't get involved in these things at all. The three princes wanted to win old Forbes' support. After all, old Forbes' strength is among the best in the Principality of Burka. The first prince catered to his preferences, sending swords to fight demons, which old Forbes accepted. The second prince catered to his preferences, sending armor to fight demons, which old Forbes also accepted, embarrassed as a father. Coincidentally, old Forbes was campaigning against infiltrating demons, and a suddenly appeared abyss swallowed him. It would be strange if the third prince didn't retaliate. If I'm not mistaken, the first and second princes also contributed to taking advantage of the situation. Nobles, after all, beneath their amicable social relationships, everywhere reveals the greed for making money. But these are just the words of Cleveland and Lyman, and upon closer inspection, there are still many loopholes. Although the Principality of Burka is close to the Cheyenne front line, its territory is not very large, and abysses don't appear often. In addition, old Forbes has been traveling around the Principality of Burka to eliminate the remaining demons from the abyss, so logically speaking, the remaining demons in the Principality of Burka shouldn't be a threat. But where did the 3,000 demons that day come from? Even more coincidentally, old Forbes was leading a team to the royal capital to participate in the all-army competition, and was ambushed by demons in a must-pass canyon 100 miles east of the royal capital. If that's not an ambush, who would believe it? The royal capital's all-army competition. Did all the troops really participate, without even anyone on duty beneath his feet during the battle? What? Did the abyss unlock a targeting system? It just swallowed old Forbes so accurately? This matter is full of strange and bizarre coincidences. Ian wasn't sure who the mastermind was, but that didn't stop him from cleaning up the entire Principality of Burka. Revenge is better to be overdone than not done enough. Even if it wasn't because of old Forbes, Ian had long been displeased with the Burka Principality's royal family and major nobles for their passive resistance against the demons. Burying his thoughts in his heart, Ian said softly, "Wake them up." "Understood." Markov grinned, leaned close to the drooling, foolish Cleveland and Lyman, and whispered, "The wooden donkey is coming." In an instant, Cleveland and Lyman went crazy. "No, that doesn't belong to me. Young Master Ian, they're awake." Markov retreated to the side with a smile. Ian gave a thumbs up and sat on the sofa watching Cleveland and Lyman point. The two roared for a long time, cowering on the ground, desperately hiding their butts. Then Cleveland glared at Ian fiercely. "Ian." Forbes, Ian, thought he would have some backbone and say something dirty to provoke him point, but unexpectedly, the next moment, the grim-faced Cleveland turned to flattery. "Ian, let Uncle go. Uncle was just impulsive. It was all the third prince. It was all the third prince who made me do this. I was forced to. I even held you when you were little." "Is that so?" Ian looked surprised, then curled his lip. "Ian Forbes, I underestimated you. I admit defeat, but don't think you'll have it easy." The matter of Canopy City will soon be spread to the royal capital, and then, you can wait to be contacted by His Majesty the King, to be wiped out by other kingdoms. Ian clapped his hands, and said with a smile, that's something to look forward to. If they don't come, wouldn't it be meaningless for me to raise so many troops? Ambitious. You really want to rebel? You won't die a good death. Lyman roared loudly, closing his eyes, and not looking at Ian's face that he hated. But as soon as he closed his eyes, all he could see were the terrifying heavy cavalry and the winged archers. The Principality of Burka cannot win. After a long time, Lyman said dejectedly, you won. What's next? Waking us up just to mock us? To let us watch you take revenge on us while we are conscious? What's the point? Why is there no point? Ian got up and walked to Cleveland and Lyman and said earnestly, if waking you up is meaningless, then wouldn't it be meaningless for me to torture you? If torturing you is meaningless, then wouldn't it be even more meaningless for me to bring you back? If bringing you back is meaningless, then what's the point of what I'm about to say? After saying that, Ian straightened up and leisurely walked upstairs with his hands behind his back. Go through all the tortures and throw the whole family to feed the zombies. As for the last two to feed. As he said that, Ian paused and said casually, tear them apart, feed them piece by piece. They are not allowed to die until the zombies finish eating their heads. Chapter 78, The Elves Meat Bone Meal. Plant trees. Plant trees. For the winged folk now, only this phrase could describe their current mood. Once upon a time, the winged folk, distrusted by the elves and without weapons, charged into the demon front line, losing centuries of accumulated strength in a single sweep. They didn't blame the elves. After all, given what had happened back then, the elves' reaction was understandable. Continent. Let them compete with the winged folk and see if their bows were stronger, or if the dawn bestowed divine bows were more powerful. These elves weren't weak, but now they had drunk all chemical potions, making them not much weaker than the winged folk. Add in the equipment from the MC world and their numerical advantage. If a conflict really broke out, victory was assured. Fishley raised her hand, stopping Carlifer and the others, and stepped forward slowly. We mean no harm. Don't recall the elven territory being near the Tree Crown City area. What are you doing coming all this way? The winged folk warrior was unmoved by Fishley's exquisite appearance and looked at her expressionlessly. Fishley didn't delay and said decisively, half a month ago, the Duke of Bilka sought help from our elven clan, claiming that new demons had appeared in Tree Crown City. My clan sent me to understand the situation, but the demons in Tree Crown City were more troublesome than we imagined. I returned to the clan lands to gather reinforcement. As a result, the demons in Tree Crown City. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Fishley Erlanger, a druid mage of the elven clan. What? Surprised Fishley was that the identity of a druid mage, which had always been effective, had failed for the first time today. The winged folk warrior in front of her remained unmoved, only whispering a few words to the church troops beside him. Then he looked at Fishley, his face no longer tense. He waved his hand, signaling the winged folk army in the sky to lower their bows, and said, indeed, there was such a thing, but you don't need to worry about the demons in Tree Crown City. Under the protection of the Great Dawn and His Holiness the Pope, all devout believers have recovered, and the zombie crisis has been resolved. Seeing that the other party was no longer aggressive, Fishley breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, can we talk? There's no need. We still need to patrol Tree Crown City. The winged folk warrior put away his longbow, his expression softening. I'm sorry, the battle in Tree Crown City has just ended, and the war alert hasn't been lifted yet. We can't help but be vigilant about you hiding your tracks and sneaking into Tree Crown City. Although the zombie plague in Tree Crown City has been resolved, I still express my gratitude to you on behalf of the citizens of Tree Crown City. In any case, at least the elves really wanted to fight the demons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled all the way from the elven forest to this remote place upon hearing the information about the new type of demon comely. The people of these two families were extremely wicked, feeding innocent citizens to zombie infectees, and transporting the zombie infectees to the Holy Land, the origin. Dawn was furious, ordering us to send troops to Tree Crown City. These two families no longer exist. Fishley didn't say anything. After all, she had seen that Cleveland and Lyman were not good people back then. It's just using innocent people to feed zombies. Truly, only the human nobles could do such a thing. Khalifa sneered in mockery. The winged folk warrior didn't say much, only flapping his wings and flying up, slowly saying, "Thank you for coming all this way, but the great battle in Tree Crown City has just ended, and there are many official duties to be done. We don't have time to entertain you. May Dawn protect you. Next time you come to Tree Crown City, don't do things that are easy to misunderstand." Fischli felt embarrassed in her heart. She could understand the winged folk warriors' feelings. They had just finished fighting a war a few days ago and resolved the demon crisis. Suddenly, a group of powerful elves came to garrison not far outside the city. That's fine, but these elves sneaked into the city to inquire about news in a sneaky manner. If it were her, she would also suspect that the elves were here to take advantage. Did you restore those humans who were infected and corrupted by the demons? Dawn, can you tell me about your Dawn God sect? This is very important for our 100 clan alliance to fight against the demons. The winged folk warrior paused, and then a fanatical voice entered Fischli's ears. Dawn is the most benevolent and kind lord, our compassionate and gentle father. The great Dawn God sect cannot be described in just a few words. A hurry to return to the elven clan. Go east. There is a city full of miracles there, a holy land, and the place where our great and benevolent Pope performs Dawn's compassion. As the words fell, the winged folk and the church troops had disappeared without a trace. After the overbearing army aura dissipated, Henderson and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and wipe away their cold sweat. Winged folk, aren't they? Where did they get so many bows and arrows? Khalifa didn't speak, only staring blankly at the pit on the ground, lost in thought. The winged folk warrior was far weaker than her, but yet, just now, that arrow gave her a feeling that, even if she blocked it, she would surely die. Strange. This Dawn God sect's army exuded a strange aura everywhere. Fortunately, judging from the army, the people of the Dawn God sect should be quite easy to talk to. Lord Fischli, what should we do? Khalifa came back to her senses and whispered to Fischli. Fischli didn't speak, only riding her cloud-wing Pegasus towards the east. Go and see. Now, Khalifa was a little anxious. Camp of the Church of the Dawn. They can leave such a terrifying army in Canopy City. How strong must the main camp be? Even if you want to go, you should bring more people. Fischli nodded silently, then parted her lips after a long while. I understand. It's just that she couldn't wait any longer. Khalifa and the others didn't know, but Fischli, as a druid and a prospective wise one, understood. During the Fourth Anti-Magic War, many elven wise ones and the queen were besieging the main force under the command of the King of Greed when they unfortunately encountered Griddy, the King of Greed. Griddy only used one forbidden spell to severely injure the queen and dozens of wise ones, and the elven army was defeated also. But that wasn't the most terrifying thing. When the elves returned to the Forest of Elves and gathered near the ancient Tree of Life to heal their injuries, the sequelae of the forbidden spell called Endless Shadow of Greed erupted. The ancient Tree of Life was severely affected. As for the specific form of expression, Fischli glanced at Khalifa beside her without any change in expression. Elves born after the Fourth Anti-Magic War, some of them, like Khalifa, had bronze skin, greatly diminished vitality. The production of the Water of Life has also decreased. The newest novels are first published here, although it seems to have little impact at present. Fischli, as a druid, can feel the weakness of the ancient Tree of Life. This matter is also the secret that the Elven Queen and the Wise Ones are most worried about now. The ancient Tree of Life is related to the foundation of the elves' state of death and the cognition of the entire continent. But, of all things, they came back to life, and they were still alive and kicking. This may be the best opportunity. Fischli felt in her heart that, if there was any way to solve the current crisis of the ancient Tree of Life, perhaps only this miraculous Church of the Dawn could do it. Filled with uneasy anticipation, Fischli led the elven warriors on horseback towards the land of origin. With the speed of the Cloudwing Pegasus, they finally arrived here after half a day. Looking into the air, that magnificent and pure white city instantly struck the elves' hearts like Thor's hammer. Pious prayers floated in the air. As they watched, an inexplicable sense of awe and piety grew in their hearts, restrain even their breathing. Finally, they stood beneath the city gate. Love Landlow couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Even though the elves had the ancient tree of life as their faith, he couldn't help but make the prayer gesture that he had seen the citizens of Canopy City make before. Dawn. This is the holy land of the Church of the Dawn. Fishley took a deep breath, her eyes full of anticipation. She became more and more convinced that there was a way to solve the elves' troubles here, and she turned around and instructed, "Take off your hoods, enter the city generously, don't make loud noises, and you must maintain respect." Yes. A group of more than 80 people walked slowly into the city. After walking a few steps, they realized that even shoes covered in mud could not leave a trace on this pure white ground. Magical. What a magical city this is. Fishley became more and more excited. Suddenly, she noticed a figure in a white robe standing in the farmland not far away. Her heart moved, and she led the people to approach quickly. "Old sir." Before she could finish speaking, the "Don't make noise" Father Matthew is communicating with the Great Dawn, praying for a miracle to come. Couldn't help it. Is there really a god in this world? Will a god really descend a miracle? No one answered her, but under the watchful eyes of everyone, old Matthew slowly opened his eyes. "Our Father in heaven, may your name be hallowed, may your kingdom come, may your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Lord, for you alone cause us to dwell in hope. The Pope, from this day to eternity, world without end. Dawn forever." Pious prayers were recited aloud from Matthew's mouth. Green light spots floated from his wide sleeves, falling on the ground, falling in the soil, falling in the seeds harvest in the blink of an eye. Matthew walked and prayed all the way. Thus, the miracle of harvest was replayed again and again before their eyes. 10 minutes. Matthew walked all over this wide farmland, and then this land was also full of grain. A miracle. Fishley pinched her arm hard, and the tingling pain made her confirm that she was not dreaming. Druids do have this ability, but even the most powerful druid mage of the elves could not make crops skip the growth time and mature instantly in such a short time. Not to mention the area is so large. A miracle. Fishley's tone gradually became firm, decisive, and full of hope. This is a miracle. There really is a god in this world. Yes, child from another land. Old Matthew approached with a gentle smile. God has always been there, and God is called Dawn. Chapter 79. The elves visit the Grandview Garden. Among the races of the Roderick continent, the elves are, relatively speaking, the easiest to approach and talk to, as long as you don't touch on their taboos. Elves are generally quite amiable. Therefore, even though the elves have faith in the ancient tree of life, they are willing to respect the faith system of the Church of the Dawn, after arriving at the land of origin, adapting to local customs. Of course, this is also because they have noticed the goodness of the people under the Dawn system, and the determination and wisdom of the Church of the Dawn in fighting against the demons. Otherwise, like Cleveland and the Lyman family, Fishley would not even be willing to say a word to them. At this time, old Matthew had finished his daily routine, holding a book with a lacquered gold and dark red cover, standing in front of Fishley and others. Fishley still remembered the church's Armis title for Matthew, although the title was a bit strange. Father Matthew, hello. Matthew was a shrewd person. He could see Fishley's awkwardness at a glance, and chuckled. You are not believers of my Church of the Dawn, so you don't have to call me that. Just call me by my name. How can that be? Since we have come here, we must abide by the rules here. We elves are not rude, arrogant dragons. Fishley casually slandered their old rivals, the dragons, and then looked at Matthew eagerly. Father Matthew was eagerly. That a miracle descended by a god named Dawn? Is the god of Dawn really watching over here? Hearing this, even Henderson and the others couldn't help but hold their breath, sticking out their chests, and raising their heads, to make a good impression. What they had seen and heard just now had made them have to believe that there might really be a god in this world. Even the aloof female warrior, Califa, was the same. Matthew smiled and said kindly, as you said, our most benevolent and kind God, our Lord, is always watching over his children, but you don't have to worry. Dawn is a great, kind, and selfless God. He loves all good people, so you don't have to be too restrained. Fishley quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked eagerly, so, the miracle just now. Let's go inside, and talk about it. Matthew stretched out his hand to lead the way, holding the oracle, and walking in front. The elves respect our faith, and we cannot be ignorant of the way to treat guests. My Church of the Dawn has no rules for letting guests stand outside in the wind. Fishley and others followed closely, looking at the city gate close at hand. Fishley still hesitated and said, "You shouldn't know us. Is it okay to just take us in like this?" "It's okay." Matthew smiled. "I can see your goodwill, Malice. Is that all?" Califa suddenly opened her mouth. Matthew paused and said gently, "This is the Holy Land of the Church of the Dawn, garrisoned by the strongest and most numerous troops of the Church. There are also Dawn Guardian iron golems patrolling the city. Not to mention, our merciful and supreme Father, His Holiness the Pope, as well as the archbishops, holy nuns, and holy knights of the Church of the Dawn are all in the city. Even if the 7 demon kings come, they will have to die here with regret, so confident. Those are the supreme 7 demon kings. So far, the greatest damage the 100 Races Alliance has caused to the 7 demon kings is just a hole in the Gluttony King's stomach." Is Father Matthew a little too optimistic? But Fishley did not say these words. That would affect Unity. She just silently followed old Matthew into the city. Crossing the city gate, everything in front of them suddenly gave Fishley and others an unreal, dreamlike feeling. White roads, white buildings, orderly street lamps, well-dressed and happy people. It was hard to imagine that this was a human city on the edge of the natural chasm. To be honest, even the most prosperous dwarf king's capital, which is recognized as the most prosperous on the continent, is not so beautiful. The cleanliness here even made Fishley and others feel a little ashamed to walk, for fear that the mud on their feet would defile this spotless city. "Walk boldly," Matthew comforted, and then said, "The land of origin is a city watched by Dawn. Everything here is made of materials bestowed by Dawn by the holy nuns. Staying clean forever is the biggest feature here." "Forever?" "That's right, forever. Just like the Great Dawn loves its people." Old Matthew nodded with a smile, and then led the group forward. Along the way, Fishley and the others finally understood what it meant to have their eyes opened. Roadside are eternally lit. The fountains in the squares everywhere are infinite, with no source and no end. The tall and mighty iron golems that they occasionally saw, those big guys who were even more ferocious than the giants, those big killers that made Califa feel frightened. Were they mass-produced Dawn Guardians? The exquisite and elegant white bungalows on both sides, they originally thought were the residences of some nobles, or shops. As a result, they were actually the homes that His Holiness the Pope bestowed upon the believers. CN grew to the limit. Clang clang, a strange sound rang overhead. Fishley looked up and noticed that there were strange railways laid in the air of the city. Troublesome matter, so there must be a transportation track. In order to save ground building space, His Holiness the Pope bestowed this aerial track. In the future, these tracks will also expand and connect all the cities of the Church of the Dawn, so that the believers of Dawn can always be closely connected. This thing was made by Leisure and the others when Ian was conquering the Crown City. Redstone minecart rail transit. The speed is much faster than riding a horse. Fishley kept this thing in her heart, and then looked at the huge white building in the middle. She had noticed it before entering the city. After all, it was built so sacredly, and there were so many believers going in and out. Especially the pillar of light at the top that went straight into the sky and had no end in sight, which made it even more mysterious. This is the Holy Land in the hearts of our Church of the Dawn believers, the Dawn Cathedral, the place closest to the Great Dawn. Matthew raised his head proudly. Thanks to His Holiness the Pope's emphasis, I'm the first priest in this church, responsible for receiving His Holiness the Pope's edicts and guiding believers. After saying that, Matthew tidied up his clothes and his expression became serious. I'm going back to the church to pray to Dawn and report on the harvest of the farmland. Please wait a moment, it won't take long. Hearing what Matthew meant, it seemed that this was not the first time he had done this. Fishley asked curiously, "Are you talking about the harvest miracle just now?" "That's right." Matthew nodded and smiled. "This is also the daily work of our Church of the Dawn clergy." Daily? Fishley was dumbfounded. That kind of miracle was daily work. Then what do they do for non-daily work? This Church of the Dawn is really amazing. Maybe she can really get a solution to the problem of the ancient tree of life from here. Please, go ahead. Fishley suppressed her boiling emotions and bowed slightly. After Matthew entered the church, Lanlo couldn't wait to exclaim, Lord Fishley, this Church of the Dawn is too magical. How come I have never heard of such a powerful force before? Pope, maybe we will understand everything. From time to time are scary enough. Polite. How could they not be polite? Suddenly, Califa exclaimed, attracting's attention. Fishley looked back and saw Califa standing on the steps of the church, looking at her hand in disbelief. Califa, what's wrong? How could it be? Fishley, who took a few steps forward subconsciously, was stunned like Califa before she could finish her words. Stepping on the steps was like crossing a barrier. Her strength instantly skyrocketed a lot. Fishley, whose physique was not very strong and whose talents were all focused on magic, now felt that she was not weaker than ordinary knights. Super large amplification magic circle? Fishley was moved and said in disbelief, isn't this kind of magic only available to demons? Exclamations one after another. So this is the effect of the instant increase in strength that those damn demons have experienced? Henderson clenched his fists with joy. It's so comfortable. With this feeling of instantly soaring power, I can easily beat the old me to death. No. The demon magic circle will have huge negative effects, and the duration is very short. Fishley carefully sensed for a moment and said in shock, this magic circle has no negative effects at all. What is this? It is the miracle of dawn, guests of the elves. Matthew's response appeared in everyone's ears. Then, Matthew slowly walked down the steps. Father Matthew. Fishley paused and couldn't help but say, is this also bestowed upon you by dawn? Matthew did not speak, but raised his hand and pointed to the place where the pillar of light bloomed at the top of the church. Did you see it? What is that? The glory of dawn. Chapter 80. My dragon slaying convention shouldn't be like this. A few days ago, His Holiness the Pope recognized our piety, so he personally communicated with the Great Dawn and invited this holy object. The holy object can attract the great divine radiance of the dawn. Miracles Content smiled. Yes, child. When the Dawn Church's army is fighting, the Holy Knights of the Dawn God sect will also carry this kind of holy object with them. Carifa was silent. Thinking about it carefully, the already sturdy heavy cavalry of the Dawn God sect's army, plus the strengthening of the holy object. Being an enemy of the Dawn God sect is really sad. Matthew took Fishley and others to the guest house next to the church. After all, Fishley and the others were not believers and were not suitable for entering the church. After they were seated, Fishley couldn't wait to state the purpose of this trip. Regarding the zombie plague in Crown City after a long time, old Matthew nodded with the fact that the elves have traveled thousands of miles to solve the zombie plague is truly worthy of respect. I can tell you clearly that all the zombies, except for those who were originally Evildoers, the innocent have all recovered. Eluo's investigation also yielded the same result. Fishley couldn't help but be shocked after receiving confirmation at this moment. That is a situation where they were injured by demonic undead creatures and then turned into demons. How was this phenomenon, which is basically equivalent to death, reversed? I don't know the specific situation. I only know that it was the merciful dawn and the divine power of His Holiness the Pope. Matthew shook his head and said, but I can help you call a commoner who turned into a zombie before, and you can ask him yourself. After saying that, Matthew went out for a moment and brought back a young man. Is it you? Fishley widened her eyes in surprise. My lord. Fishley got up, and a verdant light disk radiated from her palm, enveloping the young man. After a long time, Fishley, who had withdrawn her hand, exclaimed, there are no sequelae at all, completely healed. And the vitality is strong. If I hadn't seen you, I wouldn't have believed that you had ever become a demonic undead creature. The young man scratched his head honestly and smiled. Thanks to the Great Dawn and His Holiness the Pope. But how did you get here? Fishley was a little puzzled. Matthew coughed dryly and explained to Fishley in a low voice. So that's how it is. Fishley shook her head. The evil of the human nobles was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Fortunately, not all humans are like this. At least the Dawn God sect seems completely different. Next, Fishley consulted the young man about some detailed information according to her own rhythm, including how he felt when he was infected, and whether he had any memories of the incubation period, and whether he felt uncomfortable after the infection was relieved. But after some questioning, Fishley didn't get any useful information. especially when asked if he remembered how he recovered, been able to directly explore the young man's sincerity. She would have really thought that this was some kind of rehearsed speech. In the end, Fishley, who didn't get any useful information, could only let the young man leave. Of course, it doesn't mean that there was no useful information at all. At least now all the clues and mysteries point in the same direction. That mysterious Dawn God sect Pope point perhaps, as long as she sees him, there will be answers to everything point. In addition, if there is anyone in the world who can save the Tree of Life, perhaps it is only the mysterious Pope and the Dawn. After pondering for a long time, Fishley couldn't help but propose to see Ian. But this time, Matthew rarely refused. Why? Fishley looked at Matthew eagerly. Father Matthew, we have no malicious intentions. If you are worried, you can restrain us. I just want to see His Holiness the Pope. Pope. It's just, His Holiness the Pope is the Supreme Father of our Dawn God sect, the incarnation of the merciful Lord acting in the world. Even I can't just see His Holiness the Pope whenever I want to. What's more, His Holiness the Pope is busy with work and has been in seclusion in his mansion listening to divine revelations recently. I don't know how long His Holiness the Pope will be in seclusion. Fishley was silent. Matthew thought for a moment and said softly, how about this? If you are not in a hurry, stay in the land of origin first. After His Holiness the Pope comes out, he will definitely summon our clergy to a meeting. I will tell His Holiness the Pope then. In addition, if you stay here for a while, you may be able to find the answers you want without seeing His Holiness the Pope. Fishley and Carafa looked at each other. After a while, Fishley smiled dryly. We can only do this for now. Thank you, Father Matthew. The newest novels are first published at. Ian was not aware that his land of origin had a few temporary residents. He was not on the Rodri continent at all now point. After resolving the Crown City War and settling the situation in Crown City, Ian summoned Lael and all of them to enter the MC world. And this time, it was naturally for the achievement of nominally clearing MC. Letitia, how is your progress over there? Standing on a basalt pillar, Ian glanced at the ender dragon in the sky and asked loudly. Letitia below ran to the distance briskly, opened the box, and put something in it, then turned her head and shouted. Young Master Ian, 2.5 large boxes have already been stored. Ian nodded slightly. Markov, continue to seduce, hold on for a while, we can kill it when we have saved up 3 boxes. Yes, young Master Ian. Markov's face collapsed. He took a deep breath and once again used the taunting technique that Ian taught him. Come over here. Wait. Don't come over so fast. Godfather, save me. This is not the dragon slaying convention I imagined at all. The ender dragon swooped down, chasing after Markovs, but with a mouthful of dragon breath. Alright. Time for restocking. Freen excitedly took out a few empty glass bottles and ran towards the dragon breath. Arriving at the end, to be precise, it has been 2.5 hours since the battle with the ender dragon. On the way here, Ian taught them all the methods to quickly slay the dragon, even the method of bombing the bed. Lael and the others thought that this would be a hearty dragon slaying convention, but as soon as the battle started, they were all stunned. They had a dragon slaying technique, but Ian didn't let them draw their swords. Markov and the others hugged their katana and did nothing, just running around, attracting the ender dragon's attack, and then Letitia and the others went to collect the dragon breath. For 2.5 hours, Markov and the others were spat on by the dragon. Make the subordinates suffer, enrich the treasury. Comrades, you have worked hard. Ian, who was standing at the highest point blowing the wind, shouted with a sigh. Not hard. Serving young Master Ian. Markov, who was running away in embarrassment while being spat on by the ender dragon, did not forget to reply to Ian. Ian nodded with a moved expression. Then shall we save another box of dragon breath? No. Seeing this, Ian could only smack his lips and shut up collected. However, the demand is not particularly high. 3 boxes are enough. If there is a need in the future, you can come to the end to revive the ender dragon again. After a long time, after Ian received the signal that Letitia had finished collecting, he immediately took out his bow and arrow. Lael, we can start. Counterattack. In the next moment, the arrow pierced the sky and accurately hit the ender crystal on the adjacent pillar. Along with the explosion of the ender crystal, the ender dragon couldn't help but raw in pain, and its hatred value was pulled to Ian. But before it could attack, the other ender crystals exploded at the same time. Lael and the others had learned a lot of archery skills from the Winged Clan during this period. Shooting arrows is a piece of cake. The ender dragon could no longer regenerate health, and landed on the pillar of the central bedrock in embarrassment. Markov drew his otachi, and stared at the ender dragon fiercely. Have turned. Bastard. He approached with a quick draw Irido, and the otachi slashed continuously. In addition, Lael and the others were also outputting at the same time. Finally, just as the ender dragon was about to take off again to attack, many knights retreated at the same time and instantly cast Dimensional Slash. The ender dragon stood stiffly in the air. After a long time, a brilliant white pillar of light bloomed from within its body, one after another. When the table's light illuminated everyone's world, the ender dragon exploded violently, scattering experience and purple-black light spots all over the sky. Ian landed on the pillar and breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Chapter 81. This ender dragon was really picked up by me. The death of the ender dragon not only symbolizes the completion of the MC world in the conventional sense, the actual benefits it brings are also visible to the naked eye. After the first dragon slaying, the ender dragon will drop a whopping 12,000 experience points. What kind of concept is this? It means that a person can directly transform from an ordinary person into a powerhouse surpassing Leal. So, the opportunity to level up by elevator has arrived. Under Ian's control, everyone was allocated a portion of the portion experience. Among them, Leal and Markov, the main combatants, and their knights received the bulk of it. Rezha and the other maids received a small portion. In addition to the previous conscious effort to farm experience at the monster spawner, Leal is now level 75. This strength, placed in the Principality of Bilka, not counting the old monsters hidden by the royal family, is already the strongest. Doesn't mean all of his strength point with the blessing of MC world resources. Leal's full combat strength can be considered a small expert in the central region of the 100 Clan Alliance. Secondly, there are Markov and the others. Markov, the strongest, is now level 59, only one step away from reaching Leal's current realm. Although the experience required is much more than the previous levels, it's just a matter of going back and squatting in the monster spawner for one night. In addition to Harlan and other knights, the lowest level is also 45 or 6, and the highest is only 3 or 4 levels away from Markov. In the final analysis, there are still too many people, and the monster spawner is not enough to share. If all the resources were piled on one person, it is estimated that they would have been farmed to more than level 100 in the few past days. However, that's not fair, and Ian is not in a hurry to forcibly create the strongest person. Even for Leal, if his strength increases too quickly, he may not be able to control it, and it will backfire on him. This rate of improvement is just right. Anyway, Dawn Holy City will continue to expand, and in the future, more land will be allocated, and more monster spawners will be built. On the other hand, Rezha and the others have not improved much in strength, with an average of only 3 or 4 levels. Rezha is the strongest, now at level 46, not much different from some knights, and the weakest, Freeney, that little girl, is also at level 30. The remaining maids are also hovering around 36 or 7. Ian does not intend to let these nuns follow the path of knights. Before a more excellent magic system appears, experience should still be allocated to Markov and the others as much as possible. However, everyone's strength cannot be completely locked by experience level after all. If a fight really breaks out, relying on MC's equipment, fighting beyond one's level is commonplace. The gain of experience is the most important thing. Secondly, in the future, we can stably farm the dragon to get dragon breath and experience point. Although the biggest use of dragon breath in the MC world is currently to make lingering potions, in the Roderick continent, it is a treasure that can be exchanged for a lot of gold coins. Moreover, each subsequent resurrection and killing of the dragon will still drop 500 experience. Before he'll reach his level 80, killing a dragon can level him up once. This experience is not as good as the first dragon slaying, but it is not a small amount. The ender dragon can be farmed quite a few times a day. If you really want to farm midpoint, it can also be regarded as a stable treasure land for farming a lot of experience. Or, To put it in Eastern terms, should it be called a blessed land? In addition to this, the end can enter the development state. Build an enderman farm, find the elytra, and then build a shulker farm. This is the biggest benefit of the MC world because of various bug features. Most monsters can be mass produced on farms. For the development of power and accumulation of resources, it couldn't be more convenient. However, Ian does not intend to set it up directly now. Finding shulkers and elytra will take a long time. If these resources are not important at the moment, Ian has more important things to do. Quickly take advantage of the occupation of a city and the good luck of just slaying a dragon to go back and open the stage rewards prepared by the MC World Gate. After all, Ian looked down at the broken Yamato in his hand. The Battle Sword module is also basically coming to an end. It's time for something new. Is this the so-called strongest Yamato? It seems to be broken, young Master Ian. Freeney came up and asked curiously. Ian smiled and rubbed Freeney's head. Do big things, dragon. Egg. Upon hearing this, Leland the other's eyes lit up with gold, staring straight at the dragon egg on the bedrock pillar. If the Dawn God sect could subdue and drive a dragon, how majestic would that be, especially the Ender Dragon's egg. Don't look at the Ender Dragon's hasty death. In fact, the Ender Dragon suffered from Steve's physique. If it were really thrown into the Roderick continent, this Ender Dragon could easily destroy the Principality of Bilka. Placed on Dragon Island, it is estimated to be one of the strongest. If the Ender Dragon can be used by us, if we continue to resurrect the Ender Dragon, and continue to kill it to get dragon eggs, our Dawn God sect can even arm an Ender Dragon army. Regia looked at the dark dragon egg with longing. Stop dreaming, dragon eggs can't hatch Ender Dragons at all. Ian shook his head, shattering Regia and the others' hopes, and after thinking about it, he said, at least, they can't be hatched now. Maybe there will be a Dragonite module in the future, and Ian can't say it to definitively be stronger than dragon blood, right? Ian was silent for a moment, then shook his head again. Dragon eggs can't be eaten either. Waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, didn't you all level up? Lyle's mouth twitched for a moment, but in the end, he managed to hold back from complaining. Ian didn't waste any time. While collecting the dragon eggs, he explained the technical requirements for collecting them to Lyle and the others. Even though they were disappointed that the dragon eggs were useless, they still had to learn this knowledge. Before long, the group, carrying backpacks full of treasures, crossed the end portal and returned to the main world. They then directly used the teleportation point to return to the Dawn Holy City. Ian instructed Lyle and the others to take inventory of the supplies and categorize them into the warehouse. Then, he hurriedly ran back to his Sky Island Manor Villa and summoned the MC World Gate. Looking at the deep MC World Gate in front of him, Ian was not in a hurry to claim the stage rewards. He took a deep breath, opened the beacon, and activated the buff. Ian lay peacefully on the diamond bed, emptied his mind, and muttered to himself. The newest novels are first published on. Good luck. Good luck. May all good luck come. Go down the mine and pick up diamonds directly. Turn a corner in the nether and encounter an ancient debris mine area. Every evoker will drop a totem of undying. He repeated this over and over again, many times, before Ian did a carp jump and stood up. Great luck come to my house. Supreme God of luck, grant me invincible good luck. The next moment, Ian put his hand on the MC World Gate with lightning speed. He closed his eyes, and the progress bar of the MC World Gate appeared in his mind. As expected, two gift box-like patterns shone brightly on the progress bar. It's just that the progress bar is still 3/4 away from the next stage reward. Ian didn't pay attention to these for the last time. Amen. Grandpa Church's hopes are all on you. Give me some good stuff. Amen. Claim rewards. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded into Ian's mind, causing him to be stunned in place. It wasn't until a long time later that Ian came back to his senses and stepped into the MC World Gate without saying a word. After a long time, when he returned to the MC World, he was holding an incense burner in his hand and lit 3 sticks of high incense. He bowed to the MC World Gate with a serious face. Amen. I knew it. No one in this world would be inexplicably nice to me, except Amen. After a while, Ian finally couldn't help but jump and frolic in the empty Sky Island villa. Grandpa. Church, I'm successful again. Ian had thought that this time, with the achievement buff stacked to the maximum, plus opening the 2 rewards together, he would definitely get something amazing. But he really didn't expect our men to be so generous. After a long time, Ian finally vented the excitement in his heart, walked to the edge of the Sky Island, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to face the void. Come out, my ender dragon. Roar. Accompanied by a roar like a bolt from the blue. The void twisted, and an ender dragon with a jet black body and evil purple eyes flapping its wings appeared in front of Ian's somewhat delicate figure of the mother dragon. In the end, Ian's dragon had a muscular beauty that was strong but not bloated. Simply put, Ian's dragon was a muscular dragon with explosive male hormones. There was no strangeness of the block structure, only ferocious domineering. Slightly opening its purple-black dragon breath loomed. Ian was not afraid, but stepped forward with a face full of love, and slowly stretched out his hand, affectionately rubbing Ian's palm. Good boy. Ian was filled with emotion. Dragon's head, and the latter only responded with a low roar. This guy really has spirituality. The more Ian looked at this ender dragon, the more he liked it, completely unaware of the stunned expressions of Lyle and the others who were hurriedly ascending the Sky Island behind him. Master. Ian. Lyle took the lead to interrupt Ian's tenderness with the ender dragon. Lyle, you're here. Ian smiled and patted the ender dragon's head. Let me introduce you, my new mount, our family's new member, the ender dragon. In the future, he will also be the #1 mascot dragon of our Dawn Divine Church. Lyle pursed his lips and pinched himself again. So, this ender dragon is your pet. That's right. Very handsome, right? But Master Ian. Lyle looked at Ian with some suspicion about life. Didn't you say that dragon eggs can't be hatched? How can they be hatched again? And it's such a behemoth at birth. Ian was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and glanced at the ender dragon, whose big eyes were full of clear stupidity. After thinking for a moment, he said with a determined face, I said I picked up this ender dragon. Do you believe it? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. Unparalleled Rewards. Bedrock. Bedrock. After some sophistry, Ian finally got Leah and the others to stop dwelling on where the ender dragon came from. In any case, this dragon was really and truly standing here, looking obedient, allowing Ian to pet it. Instead of dwelling on the origin of this dragon, it was better to take advantage of the present and enjoy the dragon ride. And when they saw Ian sitting on the ender dragon's back, being carried by the ender dragon to roam the sky, Rezha and the understood others that dragons could actually be ridden. However, this was limited to the ender dragon. With the arrogance of the dragon race in the Rodri continent, riding a dragon, if the weak humans greet the dragons properly, the dragons would get stingy. Ian wasn't stingy, and after enjoying himself, he let Rezha and the others try it out one by one. This trial opened the door to a new world for Leah. Overlooking the earth from the dragon's back, the view was unobstructed, and with the ender dragon's strength down, coupled with the dragon breath attack, plus Leah's own nightly way, the power of such a combo seemed to far exceed Leah's imagination. Based on this, Leah's thinking couldn't help but begin to expand. If the dragons weren't so arrogant and could accept cooperation with other diving races, Leah couldn't imagine what a terrifying army that would be. The more Leah thought about it, the more excited he became, and gradually, the prototype of the Rodri continent's dragon, the cavalry regiment, was brewing in Leah's heart. But when he pondered the arrogance of the dragons, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The idea of the dragon cavalry regiment died in the womb. There was no hope. The dragon race was already reluctant to cooperate with the 100 Races Alliance to fight against the demon race, so to push their luck, I'm afraid the dragon race would turn against them. In the final analysis, the shortcomings of the 100 Races Alliance that Ian mentioned before could not be solved now. Faced with powerful enemies, people learned to bring their 5 fingers together and clench their fists. But clenching their fists did not mean they had learned to focus their strength. A weak and powerless punch was sometimes not as good as an indestructible finger. The 100 Races Alliance still needed the greatest degree of unity. Only the Church of Dawn could do this. Moreover, the Church of Dawn was already doing this. There was no need to discuss this matter in detail with Ian at the moment, lest they ruin Leah believed that Ian had his own pace. It was good to blindly follow. Ian on the Sky Island quietly watched, being taken into the sky by the Ender Dragon, enjoying the fun of riding a dragon to their heart's content. Would be when he was completely mature, he would definitely become a new nightmare for the demon race. Moreover, even if the Ender Dragon was not yet mature, with his current strength, Ian felt that even hundreds of thousands of the demon race's main force could be slaughtered by the Ender Dragon. As for the 7 demon lords, Ian couldn't guarantee it. From the appearance of the demon race to the present, there have been many wars in which the strongest of all races joined forces to deal with the demon lord. But so far, the most seriously injured of the 7 demon lords was the wound on the gluttony demon lord's stomach. In the unofficial records of the Rodri continent, there was a sentence about the description of the 7 demon lords going all out. But because it was too exaggerated, it had always been regarded as a story to scare children. At the beginning of the demon race's descent, thousands of supreme powerhouses of the 100 races blocked the demon race on the front line, and the battle was initially smooth. 3 days after the war, the Wrath Demon Lord tore through space and appeared. The Black Sun and Blood Moon appeared on the same day, and half a day later, the outposts of the 100 Races Alliance reported. Main force legions were wiped out. The Wrath Demon Lord left a bottomless ravine and left the Rodri continent's 100 Races Alliance and the demon race, allowing the 100 Races Alliance to survive to this day, and the demon race cannot overcome it. Was created by the Wrath Demon Lord. Because of this news was called a rumor. Ian couldn't be sure whether this news was true or false, and he didn't want to know too much now. But in any case, with the Ender Dragon, the expansion plan for the Bilka Principality and the early layout for the 100 Races Alliance could be quickly launched. This time's reward, just this Ender Dragon, was already better than the Bat Sword from the previous reward for Ian Point. But Armen's generosity was far more than that. Otherwise Ian wouldn't have been so pleasantly surprised, and offered Armen a few incense sticks in addition to the Ender Dragon. There were also 2 teleportation points that were basically fixed rewards just so that one could happen, be placed on the end portal side. After all, the end portal was quite far from the holy city of Dawn. The remaining one should be kept for later when Ian Sitters goes to other places to build new. In addition, there was the old Steve's physique. Now Ian can activate 1/3 of Steve's physique in the Rodri continent. Ian still didn't know how strong this power was. After all, his identity was special, and basically Ian wouldn't have the opportunity to personally go to the battlefield to fight. The Pope is the Pope. Even if he knows that his strength is the best in the entire Church of Dawn, he still can't personally go deep into the battlefield to fight. This is not only a matter of safety, but also a matter of the Church of Dawn's face. Although the Emperor's personal conquest is very uplifting, it is easy to be questioned whether there is no one else available, and he has to personally conquer. For Ian, it was enough to play around occasionally, like when he rescued the winged race. And all of the above rewards were just small things, including the Ender Dragon. It couldn't be considered the best in this reward. With the help of great luck, Ian, who opened 2 stage rewards in one breath, got 2 of the most suitable modules at the moment. Twilight Forest and Witchcraft. Compared to the later MC modules, these 2 modules may be a bit old, and their strength is limited. But in terms of suitability, they are definitely the best choice at the moment. The Witchcraft module happened to bring the advanced magic system that Ian needed most at the moment. Point with this module, the Church of Dawn can produce mages in large quantities, and the Twilight Forest is even more so. This ancient adventure module is also the guiding star for how many people started their MC module journey. Basically, there will be no doubts if you say that the Twilight Forest is one of the most popular and famous MC modules. The many rewards inside the Twilight Forest module have a great effect on Ian's development of power, current, bad sword and witchcraft. These are all linked to the Twilight Forest point with the Twilight Forest out. In addition to the Yamato, the bad sword has several more top level bad swords that can be forged. Point the treasures of the witchcraft module, such as various accessories and spell books that enhance strength, can be dropped from monsters in the Twilight Forest point. From the perspective of early development, the Twilight Forest module is more suitable. Link more modules. For Ian, the loading of the Twilight Forest module can also be regarded as adding a pumping heart to his MC world. It doesn't matter how many modules there are, or how strong they are, the most important thing is to connect these modules. But even so, these two new modules are still not the best rewards for Ian. Code similar to a monthly card, a code that can condense 10 special blocks every day. Point controlling the code authority. Ian decisively claimed today's monthly card reward. Point 10 simple and unadorned blocks appeared in his hand. Young Master Ian, what is this? Resha noticed the new blocks in Ian's hand for the first time and looked at them curiously. Destroyed at all? Resha was stunned and then said in surprise, "It's bedrock." That's right. This thing that seems inconspicuous in the MC world is really the best reward for Ian this time. Based on bedrock's indestructible absolute characteristics, this thing is an unsolvable block. The strategic significance is even greater than the Ender Dragon. 7 demon lords were. Could they split bedrock with one knife? If they can really do it, Ian will hand over the MC world. Just kidding. Bedrock is the cornerstone of the MC world. Being able to break bedrock without relying on modules has already proved that the 7 demon lords can break the MC world. If they can really do it, then what's the point of Ian playing down? He might as well lie and wait for death. Although 10 bedrock blocks a day are not many, this monthly card reward can never be said to be tasteless. Over time, Ian will eventually be able to achieve bedrock freedom. After all, with Steve's physique, his lifespan is also endless. In other words, the current Ian is the oldest living thing on the Rodri continent. Over time, relying on the bedrock accumulated by being able to live, he can replace the entire Rodri continent with bedrock structures. Aren't the 7 demon lords said to be able to destroy a city with a forbidden spell? If you have the ability, come at bedrock. Chapter 83, Father dies, Son smiles, Bilka. With the main purpose of returning to the city resolved, Ian naturally couldn't stay idle. At the stage of starting a business, there's no time for rest and recuperation. Even Qin Shi Huang had to exert the remaining strength of 6 generations to unify China. If Ian wanted to rely on himself to rule the Rodri continent, he had to make use of other people's sleeping time. As for his own, his rest time was important. He still needed to create a holy son with leisure. Point the Pope, isn't he just the culmination of early unscrupulous capitalists? It's not a problem for Ian to exploit others. On the open space of his Sky Island Manor Villa, Ian immediately built a Twilight Forest portal. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter now. Exploring the Twilight Forest was a big task. Many of the bosses, and even the monsters in the dangerous areas of the Twilight Forest, possessed high lethality. Ian himself wasn't afraid, but the key was that leisure and the others still needed training and needed to become stronger. The strength that was possible in the Rodri continent was nothing in the Twilight Forest point. Even if they were all wearing fully equipped diamond enchanted armor, they could still die if they weren't careful. Point the skill characteristics of those bosses were disgustingly deadly. Point I'm talking about you, Lich, not to be trifled with when wielding a sword to chop people. And mental outlook, the designer had to have to create such a perverted boss. Ian himself wasn't confident in clearing the Twilight Forest in one life, let alone bringing leisure and the others who didn't know anything. Boss battles could be put off for later. Right now, at most, he would go in to find the druid mage, bully the weak, and get some Twilight magic books. After doing these things, Ian then called to ride the Ender Dragon back to the end again. From this, it could also be seen that this Ender Dragon was no longer an MC creature in the strict sense. Otherwise, how could the Ender Dragon carry 20 people to fly at once? This was a good thing. In any case, with the Ender Dragon, this invincible supersonic fighter jet, Ian had a much easier time on the road. The originally long journey to the end portal was forcibly compressed to 2 hours by the Ender Dragon. After landing, Ian simply built a rough square frame with concrete and the underground mine around the end portal, a teleportation point. Now, it would be much easier to travel back and forth to the end portal in the future. After doing these things, Ian then took back to the end. Here, Ian discovered another characteristic of the Ender Dragon. As long as he summoned the Ender Dragon could arrive across time and space. A true cross-space summoning. Hyperspace police dispatch. Naruto would be moved to tears and say, "This is what you call a bond, young Master Ian. What are we going to do next?" Returning to the end, Lael curiously asked Ian. After a pause, she reminded him, "Young Master Ian, according to the time, the royal capital should have received the news by now. The preaching progress of our Church of the Dawn's clergy is estimated to have spread to 7 or 8 cities. We can't stay in the Dawn Heavenly Kingdom forever." Ian slightly calculated the time in his heart and said softly, "I understand. At most, we'll stay for another 3 days, which is about right. I also have important things that need a meeting to decide. Make the most of these last 3 days to sprint. There are many things we need to do. Find the end ship to get the elytra, find the end city, to build a shulker farm. The Enderman farm also needs to be built. After doing these things, we also need to go to the main world, find the woodland mansion and pillage a outpost, look for the wizard tower, try to make some staffs, trade for some magic books, and sort out the magic system. If there's enough time, maybe we can go to the Twilight Forest to get some small things." After saying that, Lael and the others were already dumbfounded. The shulkers in the end were fine. They had heard Ian mention them a lot. But, what are staffs? Where did they come from? And magic? Did our Dawn Heavenly Kingdom ever have this? Leisure looked at Ian with a puzzled expression. The latter smiled and didn't explain too much. Meeting. Hearing this, the others didn't continue to ask questions and followed Ian to continue riding the Ender Dragon. The tense and busy MC World work state will continue for 3 days. Bilka Kingdom royal capital. Inside the luxurious palace belonging to the king, the old and weak king lay on the luxurious bed, his face pale and covered with mottled spots. Anyone who saw him would probably mutter in their hearts, "His Majesty the king probably doesn't have many days left to live." And kneeling in front of the bed, looking at the king through the gauze curtain, was the young and handsome third Prince Leo Bilka, with golden hair. He thought so too, but he thought even more directly. "Old thing, you don't have many days to live. Truly." The father dies, the son smiles. Leo, cough cough. The old king's weak voice echoed in the empty palace, coughed a few times and said weakly, "How is the situation in Tree Crown City?" Across Leo's eyes. After feigning silence, he said with a touch of sadness, "Father, the Cleveland and Lyman clans have collectively sacrificed themselves for the country. Is that so? And the demons?" "Father, there's bad news. They weren't killed by the demons, but by the remaining forces of the Forbes family." Leo's tone was full of sorrow. The remnants of the Forbes family were dissatisfied with the kingdom's handling of the situation. After fleeing to Blackwater City, they privately raised heavy cavalry and forces joined with the traitorous Winged Clan from the 100 Clans Alliance, plotting a rebellion. Tree Crown City was breached 3 days ago. Cleveland and Lyman risked their lives to send back a warning. Now, the Forbes family has no intention of stopping the war. According to intelligence, they are sending people to cannibalizing cities bordering Tree Crown City, such as Ginkgo City, Yasori City, and Blue Dream City. I'm afraid they will be at war soon. Tremulously, the latest Little Talk is first published in. It is said that they are gone. Someone saw the elf officially leading a team back. Presumably, the demons there have been eliminated by the great elves. A hint of relief appeared on Leo's handsome face. The old king lay back down and comforted. That's good. That's good. Won't be able to hold out. The bedroom fell into a long silence again. Just as Leo was getting impatient, the old king finally spoke calmly. Lead 1,000 royal heavy cavalry and 30,000 royal guards to the vicinity of Ginkgo City to form a battle line and mobilize the city defense forces along the way to quell the rebellion. Remember, this battle must not cause too much disturbance to the people. The people have already suffered a lot. Leo's eyes lit up, and he immediately lowered his head even further, afraid that the old king would see the ambition in his eyes. Yes, father. I will definitely escort the remnants of the Forbes family to the royal capital for disposal. Go, go. The following words were weak, and Leo couldn't hear them. Heart was filled with excitement. Father, I will come back to serve you with filial piety. I hope you can wait until that day. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Leo's mouth, and a maid shrouded in a black robe slowly stepped forward behind him. Third prince. Leo slightly, then strode away. Begin the operation towards Ginkgo City along Sungalan City, Tuhua City, and Brunsnow Port. The mage was silent for a moment, then smiled sinisterly. Third prince, this road is a bit far. If it's not far, how can we maximize the effect of father's royal decree? It's time to use the magic you've been hiding for so long. As he spoke, Leo suddenly smiled brightly, raised his hand to block the dazzling sunlight, and murmured softly, speaking of which, I have to thank the remnants of the Forbes family. I didn't expect that the old man could leave me such a big gift even after he died. As a reward, Leo turned to look at the mage, and said with a chuckle, I won't let them be used for your magic research. Give them a quick death. As you command. Third prince. I wish you a speedy return to the royal capital. Leo looked back at the magnificent palace and said quietly, it will happen, and it will happen soon. Dear father, beloved father brothers, that day is not far away. A dozen minutes after Leo left, clear footsteps suddenly echoed in the empty king's bedroom. The old king was extremely tired, and didn't even open his eyes. He could only vaguely feel a tall figure shrouded in a black robe appearing outside the gauze curtain. The pungent smell of sulfur made the old king dizzy. What filial piety between father and son? Old Bilka, guess if your third son will come back to attack or assassinate. Time, he coughed a few times with difficulty. Give me. The gauze curtain was pulled open, and the black-robed man came in. The hand extending from under the black robe was covered with a layer of bluish-black scales, and the claws were of some unknown material. A drop of foul-smelling, blood-red essence liquid appeared on the fingertip, floating above the old king's face. In an instant, the old king burst out with a power that did not belong to a dying old man, struggling to get up, and grabbing the bluish-black claw. He greedily opened his mouth to suck the liquid. Sohiga, lie down. A seductive voice sounded, and the next moment, the old king uncontrollably lay back down. His face was full of anxious struggles, but it was as if a mountain was pressing on him, and he couldn't move. Give it to me quickly. Black robe hood, 3 scarlet vertical pupils were eerie and terrifying. The adults have recently been very dissatisfied with your efficiency. Brenkusabilka. Chapter 84 Dawn God Cult Organizational Structure Adjustment. Hearing the other party call out his full name, the old king's eyes instantly cleared, and he endured his anger with difficulty. I have tried my best. If your best is only to this extent, then I will have to judge whether to choose one of your children. For example, your third son, who seems to be a more qualified partner. The hooded man took a deep breath, his voice sharp. Cold-blooded enough, brutal enough, despicable enough. I like him very much. No. The old king struggled to get up, panting as he looked at the hooded man. I'm your most suitable partner. This is a contract. You cannot violate it. Then get to work for me. A roar as harsh as a sharp object scratching glass brought with it a fierce gust of wind that rustled the gauze curtains. The hooded man's blue-black claws gripped the old king's neck, and he whispered hoarsely, the Lord's patience with you is running out. So is mine. Old thing, for the sake of your sincerity, I'll give you one last chance. As he spoke, he popped out that drop of scarlet liquid, and injected it into the old king's mouth. In an instant, the dying old king visibly perked up. The black-robed man retreated from the gauze curtain, his figure becoming more and more blurred. Only those 3 cold blood-colored vertical pupils stabbed the old king, making him feel cold all over. I won't pursue the previous matter with you for now. The Lord needs to know what the origin of the Dawn God cult created by the remnants of the Forbes family is. Who is supporting them behind the scenes? What is the origin of those strange monsters in Tree Crown City, and why do they appear and disappear out of thin air? In addition, within a month, you better find me one of those infected monsters, otherwise, I will have a good chat with your son. As for you, we don't need trash. Weren't for my help, could you have found the Winged Clan's residence? Don't forget, this is not your territory. The Black-robed figure smiled sinisterly. It will be soon, old fellow. Don't forget who is keeping your cheap life going. Who took the initiative to seek cooperation with us. As long as I can continue to be a noble, whether it's a noble of the human race or a noble of the demon race, I don't care. Old thing, you won't forget this sentence, will you? The old king's face was uncertain, and finally, he slowly dissipated the fighting spirit on his body. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, in any case, the druid mages of the elven race have already come, including the youngest one, who has the best chance of becoming the next generation of elven queen. At least in this matter, I did not fail. You have no right to criticize me. I will keep an eye on Tree Crown City. I don't believe that a mere druid mage can solve all those monsters. I will do the work I should do. You just need to prepare what I want. Don't forget, my contract is with that lord. The black-robed man laughed a few times with an unclear meaning, but the laughter was particularly harsh. Of course, we are not as hypocritical as you humans. The great demons value the promise of the contract the most. The black-robed figure gradually faded away, and the last voice remained here. Prepare 3,000 fat sheep, we need to eat. Only the old king was left in the bedroom. After a long time, the old king couldn't help but burst into anger, cursing, damn things. Damn. When things are done, I will definitely have that lord cut you into 1,000 pieces. After a meaningless smashing, the old king took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, deep voice, go and grab 3,000 refugees and send them to the old place. Also, go and investigate Blackwater City yourself to see who is supporting the remnants of the Forbes family behind the scenes. Yes, your majesty. Dean replied expresslessly, and then said, Your Majesty, the third prince does not seem to intend to honestly go to Ginkgo City. Let your eldest disciple follow him. Monitor him? The old king closed his eyes, and after a long time, his tone was cold. When necessary, let him fulfill his filial yes. Dean was like an emotionless machine, nodding indifferently in agreement, and then submerged into the shadows, and left like flowing water. The old king walked to the window, hiding in the shadows, and looking out at the palace. Scales that had spread to his wrist. As long as I can continue to live, whether I'm human or demon, it's all the same. Starting place. Fishley was carrying a bucket of water towards her temporary residence. The passing aunt smiled and waved to Fishley. Miss Fishley, are you planting trees again? Yes. Aunt Gliss, are you going to pray? Yes. My son is participating in the church army assessment. I'm going to pray to the great dawn, hoping that he can be successfully selected. The dawn blesses. He definitely will. Then, I'll take your good words. After greeting the newly acquainted dawn believers along the way, Fishley returned to the house she had temporarily had rented. Point Califer was training in the yard, and when she saw Fishley coming back, she quickly greeted her. Lord Fishley, I'll do it. It's alright, Califer, you can continue your training. It's not like I'm completely helpless, Fishley said with a smile, dodging Califer's hand. As she watered the trees, she continued, the church handed out bread and eggs today. Aunt Luana shared a piece with me, and it tasted amazing. It's such a shame you missed it, Califer. Watching Fishley busying herself, completely shedding the appearance of a noble druid mage, Califer suddenly said, Lady Fishley seems to really like it here. Yes. Fishley didn't deny it, and said with emotion, this city is magical and great, full of hope. The newest novels are available. The believers who live here always hold a kind, warm, and devout heart. No matter who it is, as long as they respect their beliefs, they will be warmly welcomed. Califer, you know my talent. My probing spell can sense the purest emotions in people's hearts. Here, every moment I feel only pure friendliness and kindness. Every moment here is very comfortable. As she spoke, Fishley looked longing and said, I really wonder what kind of deity the Dawn is, and how great the Pope is as a leader, that he could build such a great and sincere city in the borderlands of the 100 Races Alliance. Especially since the humans here aren't muddle-headed like in other places. They understand what they want, and they understand even more that the demon race is an eternal enemy with whom they can never coexist. Honestly, this is too rare. Califer. Remained silent. Say point. She also really liked it here. If possible, she even hoped to live here in the future. The people here seemed to have no prejudice. Whether it was towards the winged race, who had committed great mistakes in the past, or towards her, an elf with skin that wasn't Snow White. This was something even the elven race couldn't do. What are you thinking about, Califa? Fishley looked at Califa curiously, who shook her head. It's nothing, Lady Fishley. Let me help you water the plants. Fishley didn't refuse and instructed, water that side first. Oh, right. I went to see Father Matthew this morning. I plan to buy this house so that we can have a long-term place to stay when we come here in the future. I have a feeling that we might be here for a long time in the future. Father Matthew has already agreed, so, Califa, this will be our home from now on. Califa was stunned for a moment. Looking at Fishley's pure smile, she seemed to understand something. She felt a little touched, but she still lowered her head and fiddled with the bucket, avoiding Fishley's gaze, and gave a muffled millimeters. Fishley pursed her lips, originally wanting to take this opportunity to chat with Califa, but suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. Miss Fishley. A young girl poked her head in and quickly said, Father Matthew asked me to bring you a message. His Holiness the Pope and the Archbishops have emerged from seclusion and have summoned Father Matthew and the others to His Holiness's residence for a meeting yourselves. He will speak to His Holiness about your matter. Upon hearing this, Fishley was overjoyed. After exchanging a glance with Califa, she handed the little girl a piece of candy. Thank you. After seeing the little girl off, Fishley said urgently, quick, call Henderson and the others to wait in front of His Holiness's residence. Should we everyone call? No, only bring Henderson and Lanaluo. The others are not to leave their rooms. Don't let His Holiness misunderstand us. Yes. Lady Fishley, on the other side. The Pope's residence. Ian brought Lael and the others back to the road continent. After cleaning up, he arrived at the conference room full of energy. As soon as he entered, he saw Matthew, Uriel, Hania, and other high-ranking clergy members of the Church of the Dawn. Your Holiness. Everyone stood up in unison, looking at Ian with eyes full of worship. The chuckled and waved his hand, signaling to sit down. What Hania and the others noticed was that the golden scepter that Ian had always carried was gone. In its place was a staff that was also golden, but radiated a comforting aura. The top was inlaid with a golden gem. Say, Your Holiness, the Church of the Dawn has been developing very smoothly recently, except for Ginkgo City and other cities adjacent to the Canopy City. Before he could finish speaking, Ian raised his hand and interrupted Uriel. Let's not mention these things for now. Ian smiled and looked around at everyone and said quietly, this meeting will last a long time. We'll talk about the development of the Church of the Dawn later. Right now, we first need to arrange a task that concerns the eternal plan of the Church of the Dawn. Waving his hand, Freeney stepped forward and handed Ian her notebook. Ian's expression became serious. Today, we will complete a revolutionary system restructuring of the Church of the Dawn here. The theme of this meeting is also called the Organizational Structure Adjustment of the Church of the Dawn. Chapter 85, Defining the Realms of the Rodri continent. Seated in the main position, Ian quietly watched Uriel and the others quickly pull out notebooks and begin to record. After a moment, Ian nodded to Lael, who said softly, the Dawn God Sect Organizational Structure Adjustment meeting officially begins. The outline of this meeting will be recorded by Sister Freeney and made public by the grassroots clergy of the Holy See in all territories of the Dawn God Sect after the meeting. Vast number of believers of the Dawn God Sect, ensuring no information is missed and no details are lacking. Subsequently, the grassroots clergy of the Holy See will conduct regular return visits to ensure the smooth promotion of the adjusted organizational structure among the people. After Lael finished speaking, Ian opened his notebook and coughed a few times with a mature and steady demeanor. Meeting everyone's serious gaze, he spoke slowly and deliberately. Everyone, the Dawn God Sect has developed to this point for about 2 months now. From the beginning, when we only had Blackwater City, to now, Crown City has also come under our control. Even many cities close to Crown City now have faith in our Dawn God Sect. The Great Dawn is finally about to begin its plan to envelop the entire Rodri continent with its blessings. At this stage, the most important thing is to complete the relatively rough organizational structure within our Dawn God sect, including the promotion mechanism for clergy at all levels, and the division of powers and responsibilities of various departments of the Dawn God sect. And these, after my communication with the Dawn, have already been maturely planned. Observing for a moment, Ian looked down at his notebook. His tone became heavier, but still unhurried, giving everyone enough time to record. First, it is determined that the Dawn God sect will have a top-down pyramid-shaped framework structure, with all matters, large and small, under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Holy Seat. The Supreme Holy Seat is held by the current Pope. According to the Dawn's Oracle, each Pope will be the Dawn's spokesperson walking in the world, and can also be called the Holy Father. Currently, the Holy Father Pope of the Supreme Holy Seat is held by me, Ian Forbes. In the future, the selection of each Pope will be personally decided by the Supreme Dawn. There was no objection to this point. Ian had the final say in the Dawn God sect. In Matthew's eyes, Ian had always been the Holy Father, a walker of the gods, while in Lael's eyes, Ian was not only the current Pope, but also the Supreme Dawn. Confirming this matter at the meeting was also to establish Ian's absolute ruling position from the foundation of the Holy See's framework. In Lael's view, this system was the most suitable. Now that Ian is the Pope, even if Ian steps down in the future, Ian is still the Great Dawn. Who will be the subsequent Pope is still up to Ian. This will ensure that the absolute ruling power of the Dawn God sect will always be in Ian's hands. Second, under the Supreme Holy Seat, establish the Holy See's College of Cardinals. Ian continued, the College of Cardinals will have 7 cardinals, in charge of faith, military, judgment, finance, diplomacy, education, and sacred objects. The College of Cardinals is only responsible to the Pope, and their respective powers are not interconnected. The appointment of cardinals can only be promoted by the Dawn and the Pope. At the same time, the first cardinal of the Dawn God sect will be Lael, in charge of the position of judgment, and will take office immediately after the meeting. Lael stood up gracefully, and bowed elegantly to Ian in a red robe. Everything for the Dawn and His Holiness the Pope. Although Ian had already discussed this news with him, Lael couldn't help but feel a little excited, now that he was officially taking office. In the near future, cardinals will be big figures who can make the Rodri continent tremble with a sneeze. Ian nodded and smiled at Lael, and said again, below the College of Cardinals, establish the 3 pillars of the Dawn God sect, divided into the pillar of white robes, the pillar of silver armor, and the pillar of black books is governed by the 12 white-clothed archbishops, and is the faith center of our Dawn God sect. It has subordinate clergy such as diocesan bishops, priests, fathers, and deacons, responsible for the duties of mass, baptism, marriage, evangelism, and construction of our Dawn God sect. The Pillar of White Robes has a sacred choir, composed of high-level magicians of the Dawn God sect, as the combat department of the Pillar of White Robes. After speaking, Ian looked at Matthew, nodded and smiled slightly. Father Matthew has been guiding believers of the Dawn God sect, and making countless contributions to the Dawn God sect in recent days, strengthening the faith of believers. I have seen all of this. Effective today, Father Matthew will be promoted to thank you, Your Holiness the Pope. Matthew will certainly not let the Great Dawn and Your Holiness the Pope down. Holiness the Pope. Ian waved his hand and continued, the other clergy of the Pillar of White Robes and the Sacred Choir will be slowly filled in later. Of course, Father Matthew, as the diocesan bishop, also has the obligation to select excellent clergy for the Dawn God sect. The 12 white-clothed archbishops have not yet returned, and many affairs of the Pillar of White Robes depend on you. Matthew nodded solemnly, and began to think about how to support the Pillar of White Robes. Ian looked at Markov again and smiled softly. The Pillar of Silver Armor is the most powerful combat system of our Holy See, only responsible to the Dawn and the Pope. The College of Cardinals has the right to mobilize the Pillar of Silver Armor with the consent of the Pope. The Pillar of Silver Armor also has the obligation to support the combat missions of other church systems. Markov serving as the first commander of the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar has the Dawn Knights Legion under its command, responsible for the heavy cavalry of the Holy See, with Harlan serving as the commander of the Dawn Knights Legion. The Night Watchers Legion is responsible for guarding the territory of the Holy See and outpost reconnaissance. The Purifier Magic Legion is responsible for the strategic magic forces of the Holy See. It will not be filled for the time being. If there are any changes in the future, you will be notified separately. The people whose names were called by Ian naturally stood up excitedly to receive their orders. Only after sitting down did Uriel quietly wipe away tears. From this moment on, they seemed to have truly entered the core of the Church of the Dawn. Finally, there is the Pillar of the Black Book. Ian glanced at Leisure and the others and said softly, "Book is the Inquisition of the Church of the Dawn, responsible for adjudicating heretics for the Church of the Dawn, and is only responsible to the Pope. The Cardinal Council of Archbishops also has the right to mobilize the Pillar of the Black Book with the Pope's approval. The Chief Inquisitor is Leisure, who leads the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, recording the prohibitions of the Church of the Dawn and various heretics who must be killed. The Grey Robe Inquisitors are under its command, staffed by sisters such as Grey Right to impose judgment. The personnel of the Faceless Ones are top secret, and only the Pope can select and know them. The latest and most complete novels are first published at." Finally, there is the Gospel of the Church of the Dawn, responsible for fairly recording all the developments of the Church of the Dawn, with Freya serving as the first evangelist. The above are the details of the organizational structure adjustment of our Church of the Dawn. After saying that, Ian breathed a sigh of relief, and took the tea that Leisure handed over to moisten his throat. "If you have any questions, you can ask them now." Everyone looked at each other, but for a while they didn't know what to ask. This new organizational structure, to be honest, apart strictly from allocating various responsibilities and clarifying the responsibility system of the clergy who may have held multiple positions, inside and out, it only said one thing. The Dawn and the Pope are supreme and unshakable within the Church of the Dawn. The damn Pope. The Cardinal Council seems to be only under the Pope, but in fact, their responsibilities have also been subdivided. Although they control the powers of judgment, military affairs, and faith, they are still divided by the three-pillar system, making it impossible to achieve absolute control. The most critical thing is that the Cardinal Council does not have the power to appoint and remove senior personnel. Even the violent departments in the three-pillar system are independent, and all responsible to the Pope is highly concentrated. Ian himself does not have too many affairs. To put it bluntly, it is the separation of power and force. Ian grants the Cardinal Council and the leaders of the three pillars the power to handle affairs, but he still holds tightly in his hands the force that allows them to complete the affairs. Any work, such as military work, is handled by the corresponding clergy. Ian only needs to wait quietly to make a decision, whether to veto or execute it. If he is not satisfied, he can do it himself. The implementation of this organizational structure is very beneficial, whether it is for the concentration of power, or for Ian to have time to do his own things in the future. More coincidentally, just like the founding of a country, the power of each founding emperor is highly concentrated. Resistance point. After asking a question, still everyone looked at Ian with worship. After a long time, Ian understood that the foundation of the Church of the Dawn had been laid. If this system is said to be good, it cannot be said to be perfect. Ian's vision is not short-sighted, is the biggest darkness. But fortunately, Ian is immortal. Even if he does not serve as Pope, the Church of the Dawn will be firmly in his hands. Ian does not guarantee the absolute sanctity of the Church of the Dawn in the future, but he can try his best to control the direction of the Church of the Dawn. Looking around at everyone, Ian breathed a sigh of relief and said with a chuckle, "Very good. From today onwards, the new organizational structure of the Church of the Dawn is hereby established." As soon as he finished speaking, continuous applause rang out in the conference room. Matthew thought of the elves waiting anxiously outside and said quickly, "Your Holiness, there is one thing. Don't rush." Ian raised his hand to interrupt. Matthew been developing for so long, but there is still no detailed division of strength systems, which is still very detrimental to the development of our Holy See. Therefore, after asking the Dawn to issue an oracle, here today, I will officially determine the division system of Knight and Magician realms on the Rodri continent. This system will also be closely linked to our Church of the Dawn's promotion mechanism. Chapter 86. I allow you to share the glory of 86 MC. The glory of Class 8C, I promise you all shall share. Ian had long intended to define the power level system. But in the end, the Church of the Dawn previously didn't have many experts. to provide Ian with data support. The most powerful Lael was only considered a figure in the Principality of Bilka 3 days of battle. Lael is already level 78, and even Markov has broken through to level 62. Ian has relatively decent data support. This system must be established as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they get used to calling out levels like Awesome Knight, Super Awesome Knight, what then? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Church of the Dawn during battles? More importantly, since no one is doing this yet, if the Church of the Dawn does, not to mention anything else, knights and mages will remember it for millennia to come. Sure enough, upon hearing that Ian wanted to define the power levels, Uriel was already agitated and restless. Ian glanced at him, pondering for a moment. Strictly speaking, there are no outsiders here. Matthew, Uriel, Hania, Uriel's wife Chloe, and several senior elite warriors of the winged race. To put it bluntly, with just a word from Ian, they would fanatically go to their deaths. Even the MC world has decided to let them in, so there's no need to be ambiguous about these things. Ian closed his eyes and, after a long while, looked at Matthew and the others. What I'm about to say must not be leaked in any way. This is the greatest secret of our Church of the Dawn. Upon hearing this, Uriel was stunned for a moment, then instantly stood up excitedly, hand on his chest. Your Holiness, if a single word of today's conversation is leaked, may my winged race be exterminated. The loyalty of my winged race to your Holiness will never waver in the slightest. Ian chuckled and nodded, saying faintly, the divine oracle scripture says that the Dawn is benevolent, and those who believe in him and love him can ascend to heaven. This is not a myth. Our Church of the Dawn can truly go to heaven. The reason why I and High Inquisitor Leisius appear from time to time is not to seclude ourselves in the mansion. We go to the world where the Dawn resides, a paradise called the MC world. The horses, wolves, building resources, weapons, and equipment you see, even the miraculous bone meal and all chemical potions, etc., are all taken from the MC world. Lael quickly interjected, correcting, that world is the Dawn heaven. This time, Uriel and the others couldn't still at all. Immediately, the sound of chairs sitting was scraping incessant as Uriel and the others fell to the ground, looking at Ian in a daze. The MC world can only be opened by me. Originally, I intended to allow you to know after testing you, but now it seems you have passed the test. Ian stood up and smiled. Come with me. Their own eyes. But Ian didn't take them inside, otherwise, it would take a long time to explain things again. He just gave them a rough look and led them back to the conference room. Ian wasn't in a hurry, quietly drinking tea while waiting for them to react. After a long while, Uriel took the lead in speaking, his voice hoarse. Your Holiness, is that the place where the Great Dawn resides? Is that the paradise where devout followers of the Dawn will go after death, according to legend? However, it is not only those who die for the Dawn that can go to the Dawn heaven and have their souls sublimated, but all the most steadfast children of the Dawn can go. Lael's face was serious and sacred. There, under the protection of the Dawn, we will all gain immortal life. Those things you saw at the starting ground are just insignificant products of the Dawn heaven. That is the foundation upon which our Church of the Dawn will inevitably envelop the Rodri continent. Hania slammed the table and looked at Ian excitedly. Your Holiness, can we really go? That place, so sacred, the world where our lords reside, can people like us also go? Why not? Ian smiled. You have already proven your piety, haven't you? Hania was dazed for a moment, then fell back into the chair, staring at the ceiling with a lost gaze. Through the white ceiling, she seemed to see the sacred gate of heaven calling them. High Priest Lael, have you seen our great father, the merciful Lord? Matthew covered his chest, breathing deeply as he gazed at Lael with longing. Seen, yet unseen. Lael glanced at Matthew meaningfully, then inadvertently swept his gaze towards Ian and said meaningfully, God is not in the sky, God is always before our eyes, by our side. Matthew and the others were stunned. After a long while, the more they pondered, the more they felt something was wrong. Why does His Holiness always have such a sacred and inviolable demeanor? Why can His Holiness perform so many miracles? Why can His Holiness create such a sacred Church of the Dawn? Scalps tingling and hair standing on end. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are one. Our Lord, the supreme, righteous, and compassionate dawn. The Oracle, chapter 1, verse 1. Damn it. They every day can recite pray backwards, so why did they forget such an important hint? No. This isn't a hint at all, it's a blatant sign. The great dawn, the supreme Lord, is the kind and his loving holiness the Pope. Besides the dawn, who would cherish their children so much. At this moment, Matthew and the others' breathing became much weaker. God is before them, beside them, Lord. The newest novels are first published here. Uriel's tiger eyes were filled with tears as he looked at Ian, his eyes red. But before he could finish speaking, Lael coughed dryly, giving Uriel a meaningful look. Uriel suddenly understood. The merciful Lord walks among the world, surely not wanting to expose his identity. Otherwise, how could his children communicate so intimately with him? Uriel was even more moved, but hurriedly changed the subject. Bishop, can we really go to the world where the Lord is? The Pope, Lael, smiled contentedly. At least Uriel wasn't just muscles and no brains. Much better than Markov. That's great. That's great. Uriel lowered his head to adjust his state. Alright, back to the topic. Ian put down his teacup, completely unaware of the boiling thoughts in Uriel and the others' minds regarding the division of realms. I have already made a relatively strict planning system in the MC world. From today onwards, this system will be spread throughout the territories of the Dawn Church along with the organizational structure. After a pause, Ian flipped open his notebook again. Based on the experience level system provided by the MC world, determine the cultivation system for knights and mages on the Roderick continent. Levels 1 to 20 are the entry stage. Compared to Father Matthew, this realm is called Apprentice Knight and Magic Apprentice. Levels 21 to 40 are the initial stage, compared to Frayne and Grace, called Initial Knight and Initial Mage realm. Levels 41 to 60 are Intermediate Knight and Intermediate Mage. Uriel and Hanaya, you are Intermediate Knights. All the Knights and Winged Warriors present are in this stage. Advanced Mage. Among those present, Markov is in the early stage of Advanced Knight, level 62. Lael is at the peak of Advanced Knight, level 78. After level 81, the range is temporarily uncertain, but reaching level 81 can be called Elite Knight. Subsequently, with more data support, more Elm divisions will be deduced. Does anyone have any questions about this system? Ian's system wasn't just something he came up with on a whim. Slapping his hands together, barrier that had been hindering his progress was shattered. After entering a new realm, not only was his Dao Ki more abundant and stronger, but he could also use it more easily. Therefore, this level is directly related to the realm. With this realm process determined, from now on, the strength division on the Roderick continent no longer needs to be determined by how much stone is destroyed mages to become staunch believers of the Dawn continent, but also of extremely great benefit to the Dawn Church. Ian is eating this crab first. Seeing that didn't ask questions and was still considering the structure of this system, Ian continued regarding the relationship between Strength Realm and the Dawn Church's priesthood promotion system. I will have Frayne privately send you a copy later. This information is not allowed to be spread openly. It can be considered a welfare benefit for you as early believers of the Dawn Church. Of course, it is also an incentive. You must improve your strength as soon as possible to match your position. Welfare isn't this the Great Lord's blatant favoritism? Their efforts have finally been seen by the Holy Father. For some reason, Matthew and the others felt like crying regarding which stage of the realm your strength is at. You need to personally go to the MC world to determine. Another good news is that entering the MC world and improving your strength is as simple as eating and drinking. Ian added, and Hanaya immediately looked at Ian with a longing expression. Your Holiness the Pope, when can we enter the Great Dawn Heaven? Soon. Ian smiled, his tone leisurely. When the Dawn Church covers the entire Duchy of Bilka under the divine radiance of the Dawn. At that time, Ian slowly raised his hand, and the golden guardian staff emitted a light that purified people's hearts. I grant you all to share this glory. Chapter 87. This battle is about the entire Principality of Birka. These words had a better effect on Uriel and the others than a shot of adrenaline pointer was Ian. He was the great and supreme lord they had already defined in their hearts. The lord wished to shroud the entire principality of Bilka in his glory. How dare that damned old Bilka not offer the principality of Bilka with both hands. It was an honor for all the people of the principality of Bilka to be sheltered by the great Ian, as far as Uriel was concerned. The fragile alliance of 100 races, with its mutual suspicion and hidden agendas, should directly announce its allegiance to the Church of the Aurora, and receive the divine mandate from the Great Lord. At that time, would there still be anything for the demon race to do in this world? Now, the fact that a mere principality of Bilka required the Great Lord to personally order a conquest, wasn't this the Rodri continent's betrayal of Ian, the Aurora god? Moreover, the Great Lord also said that he would share the glory, which was divine grace. Damn it, that plague-ridden principality of Bilka actually didn't surrender quickly, making them late in receiving the Lord's favor for so long. In Uriel's heart, the royal family and nobles of the principality of Bilka had exceeded the Mind Flayer race in terms of hatred. They were all heretics. They should all be burned to death by the Inquisitor Leisure. His heart roared incessantly, but Uriel's heart roared incessantly, but Uriel still looked at Ian with a pious expression. Your Holiness, in this period of time, our Church of the Aurora has been progressing very smoothly under your bright guidance and protection. Currently have a total of 590,000 registered believers in the Church of the Aurora. However, the truly devout believers are still largely gathered in the land of origin and Canopy City, with most of the believers in other cities being nominal believers. However, I can guarantee that the believers in the land of origin and Canopy City are your loyal children, and even the believers in other cities will eventually establish their faith under your gaze. Hearing this, Ian nodded with satisfaction. It wasn't just an acknowledgement of the speed of the Aurora Church's faith propagation, but also an appreciation of Uriel's understanding of sharing the pie, and not taking all the credit for himself. If Uriel really didn't know how to share the credit, he would have stopped here in this life. Now it seemed that Uriel was still worth cultivating. Well done. Ian glanced at Uriel and the others, and after careful consideration, he began the final test. If Uriel and the others could pass this test, then Ian could give them true trust, second only to Leal and the others. Order. Mark off to lead the army, with Alan and Uriel assisting, and transfer 2,000 Dawn Knight Legion soldiers and 500 Night Watchers to Canopy City. Use Canopy City as a springboard to monitor the cities around Canopy City, and be ready to break through the cities at any time to spread the Aurora's divine power. In this battle, Ian had already mobilized half of the Aurora Church's Dawn Knight Legion and half of the Night Watcher Winged Race army. Although the numbers weren't large, the Aurora Church's army recruitment was much simpler than imagined. It could recruit troops all the way while fighting, and it was no problem to describe it as a snowball. Before setting out for Canopy City, the Dawn Knight Legion only had 2,000 people. After fighting Canopy City, in the past few days, it had already expanded to more than 5,000 people. When the training was over, they would be the Dawn Knight Heavy Cavalry on the job. Ian was not short of resources now. Furthermore, the number of people was small, but everyone was an elite. The Dawn Knight Legion was fully equipped with MC ironclad war horses, all chemical potions, and equipment and weapons from the MC world. To put it simply, randomly picking a Dawn Knight, using potions, and equipping him with equipment and weapons could kill ordinary intermediate knights and intermediate magicians in a one-on-one fight. Dozens of them gathered together could chase and kill advanced knights. How many advanced knights were there in the entire principality of Bilka? At the very least, in cities like Ginkgo City, having an intermediate knight and an intermediate magician would be the limit. These 2,500 people would inevitably charge straight ahead and help Yin take down half of the principality of Bilka without any resistance. At that time, with so many cities and people, with Ian's current resource production speed and reserves, he could pull up a 50,000 strong Dawn Heavy Cavalry in minutes. What was the concept of 50,000 Dawn Heavy Cavalry? In the eastern part of the alliance of 100 races, they would be invincible self-propelled gunfire exceeding advanced magicians. Ian would have plenty of ways to deal with it. Leal would not stand still them. Ian's Steve Iron Fist was the supreme principle of the Church of the Aurora. Yes, Your Holiness. Markov and the other two stood up instantly with excitement, their eyes full of desire for war. Ian focused on observing Uriel and Matthew, and there was nothing unusual blatantly asked for military power. If there are no accidents, he has already led the royal capital heavy cavalry and guards here. A cold light flashed in Uriel's eyes. Your Holiness, this subordinate remembers that the third prince is the mastermind behind the two heretical families in Tree Crown City. Having said that, he knelt on one knee, clasped his fist in the other hand, and said in a deep voice, this subordinate is willing to personally go and behead them, and bring those heretics back to be burned. With the holy artifacts and all chemical potions bestowed by the Great Dawn, victory in this battle is assured. Ian was increasingly satisfied. Ulia had righteousness in his heart. Of course, this righteousness was very narrow, referring solely to steadfastly carrying out all of Ian's will, and eliminating all of Ian's enemies. But Ian liked this attitude very much. This was the answer he wanted. No, the third prince cannot be touched. Ian looked at Ulia with a smile and instructed, remember, we must wait until their army sends troops and goes to war with us before we can counterattack. And once the counterattack begins, it must not stop, but converge towards the royal capital, with all places passed along the way being incorporated into the Dawn territory. This battle must be fought fairly and justly, with a justified cause. Ulia, do you understand what I mean? Ulia was stunned for a moment, frowned and pondered for a long time, then grinned. This subordinate understands. The Principality of Bilka will not have the opportunity to raise the flag of surrender, nor will anyone be alive to apply for negotiations. Past. Now, the more Ian looked at Ulia, the more pleasing he found him. Now, it can basically be determined that Ulia deserves his trust, second only to Lear and the others. Ulia not only steadfastly carried out all of Ian's will, but the key was that he also understood what Ian wanted. A justified cause. The newest and fastest novels are published here. Once the divine teacher goes out with a justified cause, it is impossible to give up this legitimate opportunity for annexation. They would inevitably choose to negotiate peace, or even cede cities to save their lives. Ian knew clearly how much the noble royals valued their lives and status. But Ian didn't peace talks. He was determined to have the Principality of Bilka were not allowed to be sent out. Maintain the Dawn Church's self-preservation pretext unchanged. As for how to establish a reputation after finally resolving the Principality of Bilka, Ian could only say that history is written by the victors. He believed in the integrity of the princes and nobles. Once he conquered the Principality of Bilka, he could come up with hundreds of crimes to pin on them in minutes. However, to be on the safe side, Ian still took out a sure kill technique. Along the way, when you break through cities, search the residences of nobles, if there is any. After conquering half of the Principality of Bilka, Ulia, I need you to raise a new banner. Ulia looked at Ian curiously. Your Holiness, what banner? Ian chuckled and said quietly, the God of Dawn cannot bear to see his people oppressed, and orders the Dawn Church to speak out for the people. Strike down the one could imagine how crazy those people would be. If the Forbes family had not transformed into a theocracy, even if the Forbes family had never oppressed the people, it would probably be turned upside down in this battle. However, everyone did not speak, but took a sip of tea on his own, his eyes paying attention to Matthew and the others. Ulia had already proven his loyalty. Next, it was time for the others. Ian was not disappointed. After Matthew pondered for a moment, he chuckled, conversation fighting. Darling, Father Matthew and Haney are alright. You're not unaware of the nature of the major human kingdoms. Rather than letting them continue to oppress the people and muddle through the war against the demons, it's better to let the Great Dawn unite all forces. Dawn is merciful, this is their honor. Yes, Patriarch, we are the army of the Great Dawn. What do we care about those despicable human nobles doing? Opinions vary, but the core idea was only one point: come and fight. Hoping he would come, hoping he would fight. Ian smiled. In this conference room was a pillar of strength. Point trustworthy. Ulia smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I know, wasn't I just confirming it with your Holiness? I can't wait to fight all the way through and let everyone the Great Dawn annex the entire 100 Clans Alliance. As he spoke, Ulia's fanatical gaze was undisguisedly focused on Ian. Only my the merciful and holy Lord is qualified to command the Rodri continent and bring hope and light to all beings on the Rodri continent. Ian smiled with satisfaction. He placed his hands on the long table and leaned forward. When you return victorious, I will let you enter the MC world and share this supreme glory. Yes. Dawn Eternal. Chapter 88 Dawn Oracle, Western Expedition. The meeting eventually became a platform for everyone to deeply understand the proposed organizational structure adjustments and realm system divisions through communication and exchange. Initially, Markov, who had just been promoted to the silver armored pillar of the Dawn God Sect's Temple Knight Commander, was thinking of discussing the battle strategy with Harlan and Uriel. But after pondering for a short while, Markov and the others gave up. Strategy? What's the need for strategy? Just charge ahead. The silver armored pillars 2000 Dawn Knight Legionnaires, all mid-level knights in heavy armor, plus the 500 Night Watchers Invincible Archer Winged Clan Legion. Under the name of God, they raise the banner of fight the nobles, divide the land. With both reputation and substance, plus endless logistical support. Was there really a need to ponder strategy when attacking the Duchy of Bilka? That would be too insulting to the Dawn God Sect and too flattering to the Duchy of Bilka. When strength is insufficient, one plays tricks. When strength is sufficient, why still play tricks? Wouldn't all the effort they put into improving their strength for so long be wasted? Therefore, the strategy for this battle is based on 4 words. Markov looked at Uriel and the others with a serious face, slammed the table, and said heroically, "Just get it done." Ian nodded with satisfaction. Although Markov was a bit simple-minded, this battle indeed requires a simple-minded brute like Markov point as the Dawn God Sect's first war, to make a name for itself in the Rodri continent. In this battle, prestige was far more important than victory. After the Duchy of Bilka is destroyed, the Dawn God Sect will inevitably appear on the stage of the 100 Clan Alliance, and in order to facilitate subsequent missionary plans, it must demonstrate dominant warfare strength. Therefore, attacking the Duchy of Bilka cannot involve any tricks. Ian would even ask Ov and the others to slow down. Each time the battle starts, let the opponent set up their formation, deploy an inescapable net, and then crush and destroy all of the opponent's hopes. This would also highlight the Dawn God Sect's upright style, and the Dawn God Sect's ridiculously strong fist would also be seen by others. War, from ancient times to the present, has been a profound knowledge, especially religious wars. But Ian believed that after this battle, Markov and the others would understand the difference between the Holy See's religious war and other wars. Your Majesty, the Pope, old. Matthew slowly walked to Ian's side, bowing slightly to ensure his height did not exceed the seated Ian. Is there something the matter? Bishop Matthew. Ian looked at Matthew kindly and said softly, "Are there any doubts about the new structure? Or do you have any suggestions regarding the list of clergy in the Bilka diocese?" "Neither, Your Majesty, the Pope, old." Matthew shook his head, then continued, "Actually, it's about the land of origin. A few days ago, some powerful elves came to the land of origin." Matthew told Ian in detail about the existence of Fishley and the others, including when they came, and what they had been doing these past few days. Nothing was omitted. Finally, he conveyed the message they entrusted him with, wanting to see Ian. At the end, seeing Ian's thoughtful look, Matthew added, "Your Majesty, the Pope, these elves are very disciplined, will go to the church to pray with us." Ian had already seen this point about being disciplined. As a well-known clan in the Rodri continent's 100 Clan Alliance, so many powerful warriors entered the city, honestly abiding by the rules, requesting to see him. At the very least, Ian could not find fault with their etiquette. These elves, if there were no accidents, were the Uriel and the others reported earlier, whom the Duchy of Bilka invited from the elf forest, to solve the zombie problem. Returning earlier was probably to gather reinforcement. They wanted to see him, simply because of the unprecedented precedent of demonized believers actually returning to human form. Ian did not have much prejudice against the elves. Everyone knew that the elves were one of the most steadfast anti-demon vanguards in the 100 Clan Alliance. To put it bluntly, the elves could never coexist with the demons. Compared to the human races lying flat and muddling through attitude, Ian indeed preferred the elves more. "Bishop Matthew, do you think I should meet them?" Ian looked at Matthew with interest, and the latter decisively said, "Whether to meet or not is Your Majesty, the Pope's decision. Your subordinate has no right to make decisions for Your Majesty, the Pope. However, From your subordinate's personal perspective, I still suggest your majesty meet them. The elves are powerful. If we can bring them under the Great Dawn faith, the Dawn will have another group of steadfast and loyal powerful warriors. The Dawn God sex faith inheritance layout for the 100 Clan Alliance will also be smoother. Ian slightly and said softly, then let them come over later. Yes, your majesty. The Pope. The strength of this group of elves was quite strong matter. The elves themselves had the faith of the Tree of Life, and had existed for a long time with great strength. But in the future, it would be the rhythm of the Dawn God sect, and the faith of the Tree of Life was not absolutely unsolvable ignorant. God sighed at the hardship of living beings, condensed the seed of life, and irrigated it with the spring of heaven beings, whose name is Elf. After that, Ian ascended to godhood, randomly selecting an obedient and well-behaved elf to be his divine consort, bestowing her with the divine position of the God of Life, incorporating her into the Dawn Divine Kingdom system, and making her a subsidiary god. Look, wasn't this faith integrated together? As long as the oracle scripture was updated in a timely manner, the Dawn God sex muscles would grow fast, and Ian Steve's divine fist would be sharp. Then this faith, wasn't it just a matter of moving the upper lip and touching the lower lip? The papacy is a professional when it comes to using consciousness as a form of infiltration. Of course, these things need to be advanced gradually. At this stage, Ian would say that the two sides are in an equal and friendly. After briefly considering his plans for the elves, Ian partnership temporarily suppressed these thoughts. The most important thing right now is to annex the Duchy of Bilka as soon as possible and establish a stable divine authority domain. After that, whether to expand the territory will not be so important. The Vatican back home is not even as big as a city district where Ian used to live, yet it still has billions of followers and its sphere of influence spans the globe. So, territory is really not important to the papacy. In fact, it's quite troublesome to manage. As long as the faith infiltrates the grassroots, none of this matters. When that happens, wherever Ian goes, that place will be the land of the Dawn. Thinking of this, Ian cleared his throat. The sound of discussion in the conference room suddenly disappeared, and looked at Ian with anticipation as he slowly stood up. Alright, the meeting is adjourned. The Duchy of Bilka's move is about to come. Commander Markov, it's time for you to take action everyone as well. The newest novels are first published at *****. Now, Commander Markov, you will return to the Dawn Heaven with me to collect strategic supplies and quickly mobilize the Dawn Knights Legion and the Night Watchers Legion to the front lines to prepare for war. Markov and the others solemnly, and with envious eyes from Uriel and the others, they followed Ian upstairs back to the MC world. Ian didn't chat with them much, and began to give instructions as soon as he entered the door. In this battle, all knights except Leah will be mobilized. Markov, exchange all the items on your bodies for shulker boxes. All war materials will be stored inside. If other materials need to be mobilized later, have the Night Watcher units return to deliver the message. I will have Leah and the others send them to you. Must fight until the Duchy of Bilka is destroyed. Remember, once the war starts, we must never stop. Markov grinned and nodded, saying, understood, young Master Ian. No acceptance of surrender, no acceptance of peace talks. Ian smiled and didn't say much more, instructing Leah and the others to help count the supplies. To put it bluntly, it's just taking a large number of weapons and equipment, as well as various arrows, plus all kinds of alchemical potions. It seems that Markov and his 9 men can't carry much, but they can use nested containers. Each person carries an ender chest, and an ender chest can hold 27 shulker boxes. Markov and his men can each carry 11 more shulker boxes. So, 9 people can transport nearly 10,000 slots of stuff materials, which is also an astronomical number time point basically. According to Ian's estimation, Markov and the others should not need to mobilize logistical supplies before the end of this battle. Even if there are emergencies, the Winged Clan can send a message back, and it will be enough to traverse the Duchy of Bilka in a day. If the situation is urgent, let the Ender Dragon deliver it. At that time, let Markov and the others see what real express delivery is. After packing the supplies, Ian gave Markov a few more pointers, and then returned to the castle. Uriel and the others were not here, but judging from the slightly noisy sounds outside the castle, it was clear that the army had already been mobilized. Ian was very satisfied. Subordinates who are proactive are always promoted by every leader. Let's go. Ian strode towards the outside of the castle. Stepping out, the bustling square suddenly became silent. Prominent in this ocean of fervor elves, he couldn't help but sigh at the fact that the elves were truly a race favored by heaven and earth. The stronger their strength, the better looking they became. However, Ian only glanced at them and quickly focused his attention on the army point. But this one glance, for Fishley and the others, was no shocking less than seeing the elf queen. The kindness and gentleness that was revealed at all times. With her vast knowledge and experience, Fishley couldn't explain what the situation was for a while. After thinking for a long time, she could only sigh secretly in her heart. As expected of the supreme legendary pope, the agent of the gods walking in the world. More nerve-wracking than seeing the queen. Fishley and the others remained silent. Matthew had already told them that Ian agreed to meet them, but he needed to send off the departing army first. There was no need to rush now, just wait quietly. Loyal and brave knights of the dawn, do you know what this battle is for? Uriel and the others roared hoarsely, veins bulging on their necks. For the dawn. No. Ian shook his head and then said loudly, not just for the dawn, the demon races all around, and 100 races are struggling to survive. But on this front that should be united to resist the demon race. There are still people who are trying to get away with things and undermining unity. Dawn, but also for you, for the continent of Roderick, and for everyone to have a peaceful and harmonious future. In an instant, the fanatical fighting spirit was ignited like a raging oil fire. Ian raised his hand and pointed to the west. Dawn's divine decree. Expedition. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. This group of demons is Dawn's gift for the expedition. Now, Ian is using Dawn's banner more and more smoothly. And in this ignorant Roderick continent, the weight of the word faith far exceeded Ian's imagination. To put it bluntly, the Dawn Divine Church is converting batches of diehards all the time. Of course, Ian wouldn't see them that way. The power of the Holy See goes from top to bottom, falling on the cornerstones composed of individual believers. Finally, these cornerstones are piled up day after day, raising the Holy See, and Ian Ian formed the Holy See, not for the ideal of universal harmony. He had many selfish motives after all. In his previous life, in his homeland with thousands of years of civilization, only one selfless great sage had appeared. Ian can't do that. But he doesn't mind trying to make his believers live better, establishing a rule in this Roderick continent that is without demons and as fair as possible. For this battle, Ian and the believers of the Dawn Divine Church personally saw them off and cheered them on. At the city gate, Ian placed his scepter on the shoulder of Markov, who was kneeling on one knee, and said calmly, Markov, I require you to ensure that all the Dawn Knights and Night Watchers return safely. Can you do it? Markov nodded heavily. Under the protection of Dawn, if even one person sacrifices, may His Holiness the Pope dismiss me from my position. Very good. Ian smiled with relief, raised his scepter, and said loudly, depart. Before the next word could be said, a violent explosion rang out outside the city. If the land of origin hadn't been completely converted to MC materials, this one explosion would have caused a massive earthquake, collapsing many buildings. Ian frowned slightly, turning his head to look at the sky outside the city. Just now, the sky was clear and cloudless, but at this moment, it was dyed black by a black-purple halo emanating from the ground. A violent aura came from outside the city. This aura. Uriel was stunned for a moment, then became furious. Damn demons, how dare they? They dare to attack the great land of origin. Ian's expression returned to calm as he led the crowd up the city wall. Standing on the 20-meter high city wall, he looked out. In an area about 3 kilometers outside the land of origin, the earth was torn open, revealing a deep purple-black spatial rift. The abyss. A cold glint flashed in Ian's eyes. He glanced at the rear. The believers of Dawn were only slightly surprised, then whispered to each other indifferently, as if they didn't take the abyss seriously. In their conversations, there was mostly laughter. They really weren't afraid of the abyss. Back when the Dawn Knights hadn't completed their reorganization, their Pope had led a dozen people to wipe out tens of thousands of demons a city. Now, the Dawn Knights had completed their reorganization, and the Winged Clan army had also finished re-equipping. Within the land of origin, there were more than 4,000 Dawn Knight heavy cavalry, or 1,000 Winged Clan warriors, and countless Dawn Guardians. Demons appearing here? Wasn't that just sending demon heads over? In fact, the believers' performance was only average. Look at the Dawn Knights and the Night Watchers led by Uriel. Each of them was excitedly clenching their weapons, eagerly looking at Ian, waiting for Ian to give the order to let them start fighting directly. Before the great battle, to attack the Duchy of Bilka, some appetizers were more than appropriate. Ian slightly. This mentality was very good, urgent to tell His Holiness the Pope. Suddenly, there was a commotion from the rear of the army. Lyle looked back and saw that it was those few elves arguing with the Dawn heavy cavalry, a small abyss. It seems that there must be a large demon army inside. While this small abyss is still brewing, quickly send someone to defeat the core of the abyss, otherwise it will be too late. Fishley spoke sincerely, but Ian didn't listen to her and immediately sent someone to defeat the abyss. He just pondered Fishley's words for a while and said thoughtfully, "A small abyss? How can you be sure that there must be a large demon army inside? According to existing experience, not all abyss have armies, right?" Fishley stalled, her eyes dodging and not daring to meet Ian's gaze point. Possessing a special talent for detecting and seeing through people's hearts, she now felt that Ian was even more skilled at peering into people's hearts than she was. Lady Fishley is the most talented druid mage in our clan. Her detection skills are unparalleled. She can see it. Caliphate spoke up to help Fishley out of the predicament. Ian smiled and withdrew his gaze point. He didn't believe a word of what the elf said point. The clear definition of a small abyss, the existence of demons inside the abyss. If the elves hadn't passed this information to her, then Ian shouldn't be the Pope and the demons. However, he didn't know what purpose the elves were hiding it for. If it was based on the elves' sincere heart to resist demons, most likely, this news wasn't very optimistic, fearing that it would undermine the confidence of the 100 Clan Alliance, so they hid it. In any case, Ian was now looking forward to chatting with the elves in detail, but he couldn't let them see it. The initiative must be in his hands. Your Holiness the Pope. Lyle leaned close to Ian's ear and whispered, "These few elves are very powerful." Ian glanced at Lear, who glanced, understood and added, "Much stronger than me. I'm afraid I'd need the Ender Pearl and the Great Katana, plus all chemical potions, to even fight them." Even fight? Not sure of winning? Ian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the elves' foundation was much more solid than he had imagined. This race favored by heaven and earth is truly exaggerated. Fishley naturally didn't know what Ian was thinking. She didn't dare to use detection techniques on Ian, and even if she did, she wouldn't see anything. She just watched the abyss entrance expand like a vortex, devouring something indescribable. Fishley became more and more anxious. After brewing for so long, I'm afraid it's not just a simple undead legion inside, but a main force unit under one of the 7 demon kings. Your Holiness the Pope. We can't wait any longer. Fishley pleaded bitterly. Once this abyss takes shape, it cannot be compared to other abysses at all. By then, even if you can resist, I'm afraid there will be great losses. We must defeat the core of the abyss in time to prevent it from continuing to absorb the source. If you are worried, you can let our elves destroy it. Ian turned his head and asked curiously, "Source?" Fishley stopped talking. Ian smiled and didn't ask any further. In this moment, he already knew enough. This abyss suddenly appeared outside the city of the land of origin, storing a large number of demon legions. No matter how you look at it, Ian didn't think this was a coincidence. If there are no accidents, are there probably all mind flayers inside? Almost as soon as this thought appeared, the abyss's swallowing stopped. Immediately afterwards, like spitting, a large number of undead warriors were sent out of the abyss. Following closely behind was row after row of mind flayer warriors and mind flayer mages, densely packed, numbering as many as 4,000 or 5,000. adding the undead legion. I'm afraid there are 30 or 40,000. It's over. It's the domain of arrogance. So many. Fischler's face was pale, and she tightly pressed against the edge of the city wall. The strong demonic aura condensed in the air, completely covering the clear sky. But facing such a fierce battle situation, a demon army of 30 to 40,000 who came prepared, Ian just chuckled and muttered to himself. Not even pretending anymore. Lear also understood and said in a low voice, "Your Holiness the Pope, this is coming for us." "Of course, I can see it. I can even guess who's doing this is. Do you believe it?" Ian joked, then his eyes gradually turned cold. "I just don't know if it's a test, or if they are underestimating us." Lear remembered what Ian had said before, the black-winged being he saw when destroying the abyss. After carefully examining the advancing demons, he said in a low voice, "Your Holiness the Pope, they are not very strong. If the Dawn Knights attack, and the Night Watchers carry out an air raid, we don't even need to defend the city. One charge is enough to take them down. Markov and I can execute a beheading tactic and wipe out these demons in one fell swoop." Ian raised his hand to stop Lear. "No need." After saying that, Ian slowly stepped forward, approached the city wall, and said faintly, "Isn't he trying to watch? I will let him see clearly whether the Church of Dawn is something he can plot against. I just hope he doesn't drop his jaw." Lear was stunned for a moment, and looked at Ian with suspicion. "You want to?" Ian didn't answer, but turned around, and faced the army of the Church of Dawn, ready to attack. "Do you see it, children? The Dawn is always watching and loving you." These words stunned not only the elves, but even Uriel and the others. They looked at Ian with confusion, and then at the advancing demons below. Ian pointed casually and smiled, knowing that our Church of Dawn is about to go on an expedition. The Dawn specially sent this great gift of demons to cheer us on. Capture the Duchy of Bilka will be invincible. Hearing this, the army finally understood Ian's meaning. They were also infected by Ian's confidence, raised their weapons high, and roared hoarsely, "Victory! Victory! Victory! Ian, the Dawn has felt your will, but your strength should be reserved for those who tarnish unity. Dawn." In the next moment, Ian stepped out, and fell towards the city wall. "Your Holiness the Pope." Matthew and others were shocked, and quickly ran to the edge of the city wall, but before they could get close, a burst of violent wind, accompanied by a roar that shook the wilderness, swelled up from below the city wall ground, circling in the sky, and the roar from its flapping wings tore apart the dark clouds in the sky. "Dragon, it's a dragon." Henderson was shocked, and sat down on the ground. Even Matthew and others were shocked, let alone these elves. Fishley looked up at the sky with a bewildered expression. On top of that dark, domineering, giant dragon, like a small city, there was a golden white spot of light. Staring intently, Fishley was lost in thought. Ian stood on top of the ender dragon's head, holding a golden scepter. The fierce wind in the air made his papal robes flutter. "Gaze upon me, soldiers." Ian's voice spread throughout the land of origin. "I will use the blood of demons to see you off." Chapter 90 Roar in the continent of Rodri, Ender Dragon. The dragon's roar, cloaked in purplish black dragon breath, swept across the land. As a result, the undead creatures were annihilated, and the Mind Flayer army vanished without a trace. With a flap of the dragon's wings, a fierce gale transformed into a tornado, sweeping the demons into the sky for a free fall. Upon landing, they became nourishment for the earth. How many attacks did the Ender Dragon launch against the 5,000 Mind Flayer army and the 30,000 Undead Legion? The followers of the Dawn Church remembered it clearly. Only 3 times. The first time was a dragon breath illumination, the second time was a fierce wind assault, and the third time the rendered dragon hovered above the abyss, its dragon breath overflowing, like a flood, recklessly and endlessly pouring into the abyss. This time, it wasn't attacking the abyss, but rather Ian's reciprocal gift. The endless dragon breath surged in, rampaging and sweeping across a large area of the Pride domain at the other end of the abyss. Until the abyss could no longer withstand it, it finally exploded with a bang, leaving behind a piece of abyss crystal even purer than before. In the last moment before the abyss disappeared, Ian saw his favorite return gift. The black-winged man he had met once stared at him with a pair of scarlet, violent, and hateful eyes, his cheeks and limbs bearing the remnants of dragon flames and burn marks. large of black blood splattered on the ground, and a pair of wings that were once considered mysterious and elegant were scorched yellow. Tastes good. Ian grinned and gave the black-winged man a thumbs up. The image of the abyss disappeared, and before it did, Ian got to see the other party's roaring face as he wished. The Dawn values reciprocity the most. Talks on the divine revelation of the Holy See. Chapter 3 of the Divine Conquest. God spoke from the dragon's head. Gaze upon me, I will see you through. Summon the dragon god's breath, and the clouds will part, the rain will cease, and the world will be at peace. The violent gale swept from the distant horizon to the walls of the starting ground. The ended dragon, with a wingspan taller than the city walls, slowly flapped its wings, carrying back to the top of the wall. Ended dragon. Only when they got closer could the believers see clearly. A scale larger than a person's upper body, eyes shimmering with mysterious purple light, and a strong and well-proportioned dragon body. Claws bigger than a house plus the corners of its mouth, still stained with purplish black light spots, after spewing dragon breath. This was simply a living battlefield weapon. Who wouldn't have wobbly legs upon seeing it? Even a warrior like Hania's hand, clenched tightly around her bow, had knuckles turning white and trembling. She had never seen a dragon, but that didn't stop her from recognizing them from past books. But those dragons didn't have the dragon might of this ended dragon, nor were they as domineering as this ended dragon. Compared to the ended dragon, most dragons were probably just underage little brats. If this thing appeared on the battlefield, it could probably scare the enemy half to death before it even made a move. But this dragon belonged to their Dawn Church. It belonged to the Great Pope. Understanding this, Hania immediately puffed out her chest and raised her head proudly, like the others, with an expression ready to be inspected. Her gaze was fixed on Ian on the dragon's head. Soldiers. Ian finally spoke, his tone not at all like someone who had just won a great victory moment. Stepping on the corpses of the demons, in this battle, you will surely bring a glorious victory back to the Dawn. On the battlefield, littered with the corpses of mind flayers, these unlucky mind flayers suffered another disaster after their deaths. The iron hooves of the Dawn Knight's war horses thundered past, completely crushing them into the dust. Presumably, this place will be a green field next year. After a long time, the Dawn Knights and Night Watchers turned into a black line, completely disappearing from Ian's sight. At this time, the city was still silent, and everyone's eyes were still occasionally focused on the ended dragon hovering in the sky. This time, it was probably one of the few times Ian's limelight was stolen. Lady Fishley. Carafa suddenly whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Have you seen the dragons on Dragon Island? Fishley came back to her senses, but her eyes were still fixed on the ended dragon in the sky. She slightly. 3 years ago, Her Majesty the Queen entertained the third elder of the Red Dragon clan from Dragon Island. I was also in the accompanying team that time. Carafa pursed her lips and whispered, what do you think of that Red Dragon third elder compared to? There's no comparison. Fishley took a deep breath and shook her head. Size, strength, dragon breath, all are completely crushed by the Pope's dragon. Perhaps, only the 5 dragon clan chiefs could put up a fight. But, that kind of dragon breath is too strange. To be honest, Fishley wasn't sure if the dragon breath of the 5 dragon clan chiefs could surpass the ender dragons. She always felt that, when placed together with the ender dragon, the dragons of the 5 great clans were just fire-breathing flying lizards out. 3 of the Wrath King's 7 envoys of fury would be a little stronger than this ender dragon. But Fishley had never seen that legendary dragon king, as he was instantly killed by the Jealousy King. To this day, the dragon clan still has no new dragon king. If this ender dragon were to be known by the dragon clan, perhaps the new dragon king where did the Pope find this? Henderson suppressed the shock in his heart and murmured in a low voice, but before he could finish speaking, Fishley said softly, Henderson, this has nothing to do with us. Yes, Lady Fishley. Henderson's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly shut up, but Lanlow, who was on the side, said with a calm face, whatever the Pope does is normal. Perhaps this dragon came to seek refuge with the Dawn Church on its own accord. Fishley was a little surprised and looked back at Lanaluo, smiling wryly but saying nothing. Among the elves, Lanaluo went to the church the most, followed by her. Now, looking at Lanaluo's meaning, I'm afraid he has already joined the religion. But joining the Church of the Dawn doesn't seem like something unacceptable. Lanaluo has not betrayed the ancient tree of life. But Fishley just felt that something was not quite right, but at this time she couldn't take these things into consideration. Carly looked at the battlefield outside the city with some regret. Flares. If their hearts could all be taken out, there's no need to say more about these things. After all, we didn't contribute to this battle. Fishley shook her head, just looking at Ian's back with anticipation. Now, she couldn't wait to chat with Ian. Perhaps, the elves. No. It's the 100 Clan Alliance. There will be new hope to fight against the demons, and maybe even drive the demons out of the continent of Rodri completely. But, from what they've learned in the past few days, the Church of the Dawn seems to lack nothing. Resources? Their resources are bestowed by the gods, endless and infinite. If they lack food, they just say a word outside the city, and the next moment there will be a harvest. They have miraculous alchemy potions and beacons. One gulp and they can instantly defeat intermediate knights and intermediate mages. There are as many of these things as you want. Top combat power. Fishley didn't want to say unlucky words, but she highly doubted whether Her Majesty the Queen could defeat the Ender Dragon without injury. Even if the Ender Dragon is defeated, does that Pope really have no power? And, don't forget that there is a real god behind them. The more Fishley thought about it, the sadder she became. They're powerful elves, compared to the Church of the Dawn, seemed to only have a firm heart of resistance against the demons worth praising. Is there really a chance for this cooperation to start? What can their elves give to the Church of the Dawn to make them agree to cooperate? To make that Pope willing to save the ancient tree of life? Fishley's worries were all nonsense. If Ian knew, he would definitely smile and say to her, yes, little elf, yes. The faith of the elves is the best reward. However, Ian is now still communicating with Leia about the demons. The Dawn Knights pulled up a human wall to isolate the surrounding believers be purer, and the energy in it is more majestic than the other one. Ian slightly. Didn't that little elven girl say that this has been brewing for a long time? A small abyss in the domain of arrogance. Leia heard Ian's meaning and smiled. It seems we guessed right. The elves do know a lot of secrets. It is necessary for you to chat with them. I see they seem to have something to ask you. Ian was non-committal, and Leisure asked curiously again, Your Holiness, is that abyss still like what you saw before? Of course. Ian smiled, savoring the black-winged man's frustrated look, and joked, but this time he was more embarrassed, almost turning into a grilled bird. Grilled bird? Leia and the others were stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly, and didn't ask any further. Their young master Ian has never been one to suffer losses. In any case, that guy suffered a big loss this time. Although he completely hates us, he shouldn't dare to continue taking risks to test us in a short time. Take advantage of this time to develop well. Next time, try to send him a deadly gift. Ian fiddled with the magic wand in his hand and glanced at Fishley and the others not far away. Now, we can basically confirm that the abyss is indeed a phenomenon controlled by the demons. If we can design something, maybe our TNT replicator will have a good place to go. Find an abyss and throw TNT with all your might. That scene must be explosive. The demons would probably like this lively firecracker. But at this time, La suddenly thought of something and reminded in a low voice, Your Holiness, if the abyss is controlled by the demons, then the old master's matter is very intriguing. I was thinking, could it be related to the royal family of the Bilka Duchy? Ian narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, indeed, given the character of the Bilka Duchy's royal family, it is not impossible for them to be a surrender faction and cooperate with the demons. But in this way, it is also a good thing for us. The demise of the Bilka Duchy will have an undeniable reason that no one can defend them. Even in the future, when Ian continues to expand the Church of the Dawn, this pot of dirty water will be splashed very smoothly. In any case, Leia, pay attention to the battle situation of Markov and the others, and report any problems later. After speaking, he glanced at Fishley and the others again, then turned and left. The Ender Dragon roared and flew into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. It had already been taken back by Ian. It's just that in the eyes of the Dawn believers, the Ender Dragon has always been guarding this place in the sky. They could take a few steps. Leia appeared in front of them. He sized up Fishley and the others and raised his hand to signal. Miss Fishley, His Holiness wants to chat with you. Chapter 91 Fishley's information. The human race is isolated. This was the first time the elves had set foot in the papal residence, a sacred place in the hearts of the Dawn believers, as holy as the Dawn Church in the land of origin. Even more mysterious and sacred than the Dawn Church, according to the believers of the Dawn God. Here, one is closer to the dawn, closer to heaven. Fishley and the other three sat somewhat reserved on the soft sofa, their backs ramrod straight. Nuns, whom the Dawn God's followers probably prayed to every day, worked as meticulously as maids. However, Fishley and the others didn't dare to look too closely. If it had been before, Fishley might have upheld the pride of the elves, striving to speak with the Pope on equal terms with the mindset of a great clan. Engaging in diplomacy should naturally be magnanimous. But now, honestly, she didn't dare. Not to mention the Dawn Knights who regarded death as home. The Ender Dragon was still somewhere out there. Fishley was afraid that her improper wording might cause the Ender Dragon to spit on her. Her small body couldn't withstand that. After sitting for a while, Ian still hadn't appeared, so Fishley began to let her mind wander and observe her surroundings. Residence, even more low-key and simple than the residences of human nobles. Spacious and bright, clean and tidy, furniture neatly arranged. These were probably all the adjectives one could think of. Living here should be comfortable. But whether it was due to psychological reasons or something else, Fishley could distinctly feel the aura of divine majesty here. Simply put, it was as if sitting here, one was constantly being purified. While she was pondering, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs came from a distance. Soon, Ian arrived, accompanied by Leisure, and Freya. Fishley and the others hurriedly stood up, but were stunned again when they saw Ian. The triple thorn golden halo crown on his head was gone, and the mysterious golden staff he always held in his hand was also missing. He was only still wearing the gold and white Mayan pao. The others abandoned the aura of the Pope and observe in respectful address as the Dawn God's followers. Please sit. There's no need to be reserved. You are honored guests. Ian sat down with a smile, took the tea handed over by a nun, and took a sip. Fishley and the others quickly sat down, their backs even straighter. Before they could say anything, the nun served them tea one by one. Have a taste. Down his teacup, leaned back on the sofa, and appeared more casual as an ordinary tea. Hearing this, Fishley and the others lowered their heads and glanced at the teacup, in which floated a pure white flower they had never seen before. Since Ian had said so, even if they were anxious, they still picked up the teacups and took a sip in agreement. Originally, Fishley only intended to compliment the tea praised by the Pope, but after this sip, her eyes immediately lit up. Delicious. Fishley only said one sentence before quickly picking it up again and drinking it all in one gulp. Finally, she looked at Ian with some surprise. What kind of magic flower is this? It actually has the effect of slowly restoring magic power and mental strength? Your Holiness the Pope, where were these flowers found? Elves were children of nature, loving flowers and plants to the core. Now that they felt the peculiarity of this flower, they naturally couldn't help but ask. Found on the continent of Rodri, Ian replied with a smile, and then said, if you like them, I can give you some. Fishley pursed her lips and asked uncertainly, is that alright? Just some flowers, it's nothing to us. Saying that, Ian put down the teacup and looked at Fishley and the others carefully. Bishop Matthew has told me your intentions, including your identities. Matthew. Bishop Fishley was a little puzzled. In her memory, wasn't Lear the only bishop? The Dawn God's Church adjusted its organizational structure, and Matthew made outstanding contributions, so he has now been promoted to diocesan bishop. Ian casually explained, then said with interest, I think the zombie crisis in Tree Crown City shouldn't be your main purpose, right? Fishley was silent. If it had been before, she would have said without hesitation that this was the main purpose. The restoration of life that had been transformed into undead creatures had never had such a precedent in the long history of anti-magic on the continent of Rodri. This matter alone was enough to shock the 100 Clan Alliance. But now this matter didn't seem that important anymore. Having seen Ian control the dragon, having seen the endless miracles of the land of origin, having seen the terrifying army of the Dawn God's Church zombified humans, it was just another ordinary miracle of the Dawn God's Church. To worry about how these zombies could be restored to humans seemed a bit petty in the current situation. After a moment, Fishley nodded with a wry smile. Yes, your holiness the Pope, this matter is no longer important now. So you're still so eager to see me, why? Ian asked casually, with an expression, as if he had seen through everything. Fishley pursed her lips, glanced at Khalifa and the others. She didn't want them to know about the problem with the ancient tree of life. Not because of trust, but because the ancient tree of life was of great importance, the lifeblood of the elven race. If the clansmen knew that there was a problem with the ancient tree of life, there would be chaos. Seeing Fishley's hesitation, Ian didn't waste time. Alright, since you don't want to say it yet, then let me speak first. Freya opened the thick notebook and began to record. Ian leaned forward and said calmly, the elven race understands the abyss very well. This understanding far exceeds the imagination of the 100 Clan Alliance. You can even clearly state the scale of the abyss that appeared today, whether there are armies inside, and even that it belongs to the domain of arrogance. I think your investigation skills don't have this ability. Is it experience? Looking at Fishley's somewhat evasive gaze, Ian's tone became heavier. How much do you know about the abyss, Front? With our strength, I don't think you need to hide anything. This has a great impact on our subsequent use of troops against the demons. Fishley lowered her head and thought for a long time. The ended dragon of Ian, the miracles and legions of the Dawn God's Church flashed back in her mind. After a long time, she finally gritted her teeth and strengthened her thoughts. She raised her head and glanced at Ian, then looked at Leisure and the others. Ian understood Fishley's thoughts, leaned back on the sofa, and said calmly, these are all the most loyal clergy members of my Dawn God's Church. If you don't even trust them, I don't think there's any need for us to talk anymore. Hearing this, Fishley nodded with a wry smile and finally slowly opened her mouth. Your Holiness the Pope, the elven race does indeed have much greater understanding of the abyss and the demons than the human race imagines, but this is not just our elven race. This information is known to the high-level members of the dragon race, dwarf race, giant race, mermaid race, beeman race, titan race, and other major races of the 100 Clan Alliance. Ian raised an eyebrow. For the time being, the human race can be considered a major race in the 100 Clan Alliance, right? Unfriendly. It's just that this news cannot be known to the human race. The human race has a large population and has always served as the basic army of the 100 Clan Alliance, but you understand that the human race is actually ruled by nobles, and we never trust them. During the Third Anti-Magic War, human traitors appeared. They embraced the demons, betraying, leading the way, and setting up ambushes. By the Fourth Anti-Magic War, the human race was even more passive, resisting on the anti-magic front. A large number of human territories are spreading wishful thinking, believing that even if the demons rule the continent of Rodri, they can continue to survive. The human race was already passively fighting under the influence of the nobles. If they knew the secrets of the abyss, we worry that the human race would rebel on a large scale. At that time, the 100 Clan Alliance will really be in danger. Ian frowned slightly, said nothing, but Leah said dissatisfied, ridiculous. Aren't you generalizing? The human race has never lacked people who are determined to fight against the demons. Yes, I believe this, such as the Dawn God's Church. Fishley paused and asked, but Bishop Lear, the 100 Clan Alliance is already in dire straits. We have been forced to the edge of a cliff. We can't afford to gamble on this hope. Just like the wind race once, we dare not gamble. If we lose the bet, will the demons let go of this once in a lifetime opportunity? Lear was silent, and finally sighed and closed his mouth. The diversity of the human race meant that there would be all kinds of birds in the forest. Putting himself in their shoes, he wouldn't trust the human race either. As you said, the abyss is indeed controlled by the demons, but if that's the case, why don't the demons publicize this matter, to eliminate the anti-magic enthusiasm of the 100 Clan Alliance? Leisure asked. Fishley pondered for a moment, and said softly, first, the demons don't control the abyss, but influence it. Second, the demons are cunning, and few people will believe their words. Plus there is still the 100 Clan Alliance surrounding and suppressing this news. Third, Fishley glanced at Ian and the others with some guilt, lowered her head and stammered, as everyone knows, the demons look down on the human race the most. So, strictly speaking, it's a kind of disdain. Chapter 92 The Secret of the Abyss, the Arc Plan of Rodri Continent. This sentence immediately infuriated Leal and the others, but they refrained from showing it because Fishley and the others were present. However, Ian was not particularly that appeared on the Rodri continent hundreds of years ago. What she was about to say next was a secret known only to the high-level members of the elven race. 207 years ago, on a peaceful afternoon like any other, the elves were still living and working in peace in the forest of elves, and the dwarves were forging iron in the volcanoes of the eastern foothills. The dragons were still happily collecting shiny things and creating life with various magical beasts. The humans were still in the midst of the nobles' wars. That day, a purplish black rift appeared in the sky over the eastern continent. Demons roared out of it. In just half a month, the various races of the east were almost completely defeated by the demons, and the Rodri continent was plunged into a frenzy of war and slaughter. Members of each race besieged the demon commander. It was not until then that the 100 races learned that above the demon commander, there were also the 7 demon lords. After that, the heavenly chasm appeared, separating the 100 races alliance and the demons, thus beginning a war that lasted for 200 years. The 100 races alliance went from constantly advancing at the beginning, eager to retake the land and drive away the demons, to now, only wanting to hold on and survive. Fishley was not clear. Not no. I'm afraid it's another piece of desperate information. That unofficial history may not be false. Since the heavenly chasm separated the 100 races alliance and the demons, the phenomenon of the abyss began to appear frequently. Later, it even spread to the side of the 100 races alliance. However, all the abyss only appeared for a short moment before disappearing. Generally speaking, it served the purpose of transporting troops sky of the eastern Rodri continent, like a big mouth, eager to devour the entire world. In the 57th year of the demon's arrival, the second anti-demon war broke out. The races sent out their accumulated fighting power of 57 years, crossed the heavenly chasm, and attacked the eastern continent. But that battle ultimately lost to the 7 super large abyss that appeared out of thin air in the western continent. That battle, the elves realized the problem of the abyss and sent out druid mages to scout, many times influenced by the demons. Influence, not control, right? Ian interrupted Fishley, who nodded and said seriously, the demons can rely on the primeval abyss to erode the world, thereby distorting the origin of the world and guiding the appearance of the abyss. Price. But now, Fishley didn't say much. The appearance of the small abyss in the territory of the wind race and outside the city of origin explained the problem. Ian was silent, and after a long time, he changed the subject and said, is the domain of arrogance you mentioned in the primeval abyss? No. Fishley shook her head and said in a deep voice, according to the knowledge feedback from our predecessors, the 7 demon lords do not reside in the same world. They each live in 7 different domains of sin. To distinguish which domain an abyss comes from, you can observe the energy devouring trajectory of the abyss. I previously inferred that the small abyss belonged to the domain of arrogance based on this. Ian nodded thoughtfully. No wonder. The mind flares of arrogance, the Rakshasa ghosts of wrath, the leviathans of envy, the shadow of sloth of indolence, the evil spirits of greed, the undead legion of gluttony, the succubi of lust. If these guys were really gathered in one world, I guess the Rodri continent would be nothing. They would just fight among themselves. Fishley nodded repeatedly and said softly, this is also the basis for the druid predecessor speculation. The primeval abyss does not belong to any one domain, but serves as a connection point for the 7 domains of sin, twisting them together. Of course, this is also a bold conjecture. The predecessors who entered the primeval abyss have not returned for this reason. Our elven race even sacrificed one of the most outstanding druid sages in history. Ian closed his eyes and thought. The words 7 domains of sin, 7 demon lords, and the main legion under the 7 demon lords flashed through his mind one by one. Trash. If so, how can the arrogant demon lords be united? If the primeval abyss really connects the 7 domains of sin, what would be the result according to common sense? Judging from the style of that king of greed, one Rodri continent would not be enough to fill his stomach, right? Since the primeval abyss connects the other domains of sin, why would the king of greed, this forever insatiable guy, turn a blind eye to the other 6 domains of sin? What, do the demons also care about the friendship between comrades? If that were the case, the mind flayers would not call the other demons hybrids and universally accepted logic. What factors can unite a group of supreme powerhouses? For example, the 100 Races Alliance. The elves despise the humans, the merfolk despise the humans, and the giants despise the dwarves and humans, and the dragons fairly despise all other races. They can still unite because of an external factor, because they cannot contend with the demon race alone. Point then, what about the demon race? Don't even mention that a single sin domain can't defeat the 100 Race Alliance. Even if the supreme powerhouses of the 100 Races Alliance joined forces, they couldn't even severely injure the gluttony king. Point, to put it bluntly, the 100 Races Alliance is not even enough for any sin domain to wreak havoc on. Point, without external factors, the 7 sin domains are not hostile to each other. On the contrary, they are quite harmonious in dealing with the 100 Races Alliance. Point, the 7 sin demon lords possess the power to decide the outcome in one battle, but they have never truly exterminated the 100 Races Alliance. Considering from an objective perspective, eliminating all impossibilities, Ian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze solemn as he said, behind the 7 sin demon lords, who is it? I don't know. Pope's speculation. Her Majesty the Queen and the others also have it, but you dare not be certain, right? Ian replied calmly, and Fishley lowered her head in silence. This result is too terrifying. The 100 Races Alliance, which even a demon lord cannot truly harm, cannot accept that there is an even more powerful existence controlling them behind the demon lords. That the 7 sin demon lords cannot casually break through the boundaries and come to the Rodri continent, right? Fishley nodded, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. The Queen did say that. Do you think it's credible? Sometimes, no answer is the best answer. So, you and the humans are not that different after all. Ian shook his head and took a sip of tea with a calm expression. The humans passively resist, while you, although not passive, like to deceive yourselves. At least, this way we can still have hope of survival. Fishley retorted to Ian for the first time. Ian raised an eyebrow and stared straight at Fishley. Where is the hope? I didn't know before. Fishley shook her head, but in the next moment, she looked at Ian with a firm gaze. Now, the hope is right before our eyes. The two looked at each other, and the room was silent. After a long time, Ian chuckled and stopped being so aggressive. He put down the teacup and began to play with the abyss crystal. So, can I assume that the primordial abyss is devouring the Rodri continent, and the demon race is its vanguard? Abyss to become more and more frequent and more precise, because the world can't hold on anymore, and this so-called abyss crystal is just the condensation of the devoured world's origin, after defeating the abyss that devoured the world, so it is so pure. Fishley was stunned by what she heard, but she didn't answer. Ian leaned forward, looking at Fishley curiously. So, the reason why the demon race doesn't decisively defeat the 100 Races Alliance is that what they seek is never the 100 Races Alliance, but this world. When this world is steadily devoured, and the Rodri the Queen personally said that the 7 sin demon lords are not opponents, that the Rodri continent can contend. Abyss. Ian nodded with a smile, as if this result was nothing to worry about for him. This answer will indeed make the 100 Races Alliance complete despair. So, before that, what is the final plan of you elves? Before Fishley could speak, Ian interrupted her with a smile. Let me guess. When the primordial abyss's progress in devouring the world reaches the final stage, that moment will also be when the Rodri continent's world barrier is at its weakest. Gather the power of the supreme powerhouses of the 100 Races Alliance, like the demon race, to open up an unknown space passage and the fire out, right? What's the name of this plan? Noah's Ark. After send a long silence, Fishley raised her head and stared straight at Ian. Although the name is different, you guessed right. Lady Fishley, why would you know such confidential information? Henderson looked at Fishley with a look of astonishment. The latter said calmly, because I'm the elf who will go to the unknown land in the fire seed plan. If there is a chance to reach a new world, I will protect the branches of the tree of life and reselect a forest to continue the elf race. I will be the first queen of this newborn elf race, Califa. And the others were silent, but Fishley looked at Ian with a pleading expression. Your Majesty the Pope, you yourself said that before that. Indeed, before that. This was our plan, but I don't want to abandon my elf companions. My intuition tells me that this plan does not need to be executed. We have new hope. It's still what I said just now. The new hope is right before our eyes. Chapter 93. The elf who has good skills in MLM and joins Dawn. During my time in the starting ground, I have witnessed far too many miracles. The demonized life forms restored to their original state, the newly sown seeds maturing in an instant, the various buildings in the starting ground, and your holiness the Pope's magnificent feat of destroying the demons with a dragon. Fate. Fishley looked at Ian with a face full of sincerity. Your holiness the Pope, for over 200 years, we have tried every possible solution, but if there wasn't absolutely no hope, how could we possibly choose to abandon the Roderick continent? After all, this is the homeland that nurtured us. I believe that, if there truly is someone in this world who can solve the demon problem, it can only be you and the Dawn Church. This flattery, Ian shook his head and smiled dryly in his heart point. Although he was indeed confident, the demons were clearly not to be trifled with. The demons, who sought so much, clearly had a foundation far beyond Ian's expectations. However, the existence of the MC world was Ian's greatest confidence. The 7 demon kings have other beings behind them. Ian's MC world is not without other modules that can be loaded. Devouring the world. Ian has always wanted to plant the flag of the Dawn Church in the Abyss to open an endless greed module. Ian will definitely let the Abyss understand what is called the Sword of Universal Domination. Abyss. Do the demons know all this information? Recovering his thoughts, Ian asked. Fishley shook her head and said softly, ordinary demons certainly wouldn't know. The queen said that those demons, in the eyes of the 7 demon kings, are no different from humans. Leal's face darkened, and he said quietly, Miss Fishley, if you have to give an example, you don't necessarily have to use humans. On this point, have you remembered it well? Sister Freya. Ian glanced at Freya, who was writing furiously, glanced at it, and said helplessly, there's no need to write this sentence. Freya came back to her senses, and said somewhat shyly, sorry, your holiness the Pope, I just wrote it smoothly. Ian touched Freya's head. This scene made Fishley and others feel even more of Ian's multifaceted nature. Wearing the crown, he is a supreme Pope. Taking off the crown, and returning to life, he is a gentle and sunny big brother. The matter of the Abyss ends here. Ian looked at Fishley and said softly, regarding today's exchange, I hope that can keep it in their hearts after leaving here. The concerns of the higher level officials of the 100 Clan Alliance are not without reason. These things are indeed not conducive to unity. Furthermore, since Miss Fishley, you trust our Dawn Church so much, Dawn will not let down your admiration. We accept the demons. Regardless of how the 100 clans choose, the Dawn Church will never allow the existence of demons on the Roderick continent. Ian's tone was calm, but the more Fishley and others listened, the more their blood boiled. I will destroy the demons, and I will kill the 7 demon kings. From the moment Dawn appeared in the world, it was destined that the demons must disappear. Dawn and history will witness everything. For countless years to come, the name of the demons will only be the firewood that forges the Dawn's achievements time and time again. This is the Dawn's endless holy war, until there is no longer any existence in the world that dares to call itself a demon. Fishley and others looked at Ian, who calmly uttered such shocking remarks. For some reason, a flame in their hearts burned brighter and brightness myself. In the name of Fishley Arlene Jenner, I swear that I will follow the Dawn, and follow His Holiness the Pope in the endless holy war, until I die in battle. Carifa, Henderson, and Lanlow also knelt on one knee along with Fishley, to swear allegiance to Ian. Leal and Regia looked at each other, and from the other's emotional gaze, they saw that their thoughts were the same. Young Master Ian's pyramid scheme skills are getting more and more profound. Ian did not refuse Fishley and the others' allegiance. It would be better to say that this was exactly what he wanted. A wedge to bring the elven race into his pocket. Today it is these 4 elven races. Tomorrow, it will be the remaining 80 odd elves in the starting ground. Perhaps in a few months, it will be the entire elven race. Once faith begins to snowball, it will turn into an endless avalanche. Under the tide of faith, no one can avoid the coercion of this general trend. Otherwise it is heresy. After a long while, Fishley and others, who had been persuaded by Ian's pyramid scheme, finally suppressed their excitement and sat down. Your Holiness the Pope, I will report to the Queen and sincerely invite you to go to the elven race, to display the miracles of dawn, and establish our clan's unwavering will resist demons. Only under the illumination of dawn will there be hope for the Roderick continent. Now, when she talks about the 4 words Your Holiness the Pope, Fishley is becoming more and more fluent. After all, she is now also a dawn believer, although they may not be as fanatical as Uriel and the others. But it is only a matter of time. Ian waved his hand and chuckled. No hurry. The elven race is a must go. But not now, but after the elf queen personally comes to see him. If Ian ran all the way over there to preach, wouldn't that make it seem like he was begging the elves to submit to the dawn? That would be a disgrace to the church. As the old saying goes, if you want to do great things, you have to be willing to lose face. And if you want to do earth-shattering things, you must value face more than life itself. And Ian has many ways to make the elf queen come in person. Looking at Fishley, Ian softly said, Fishley, we're finished talking about our affairs. Shouldn't we talk about the reason why you insisted on seeing me? If I'm not mistaken, it should be that the elves have encountered a problem that can't be solved. The matter of zombification was no longer important shortly after Fishley and the others arrived at the origin land. Having witnessed many miracles, they still waited steadfastly, requesting to see him, instead of quickly returning to the elven race to send a message to the elf queen. Fishley has a cooperation to discuss that she can decide on her own. Judging from Fishley's joining the Dawn Church, this possibility has been ruled out. The second is that there is a fatal problem within the elven race that cannot be solved. Fishley saw the miracle of the Dawn Church and sees the hope. See, the reason for letting the elf queen come to see him has been delivered. And Fishley's hesitation also proved this point, especially the gaze she occasionally cast at Califer and the others. Ian didn't make things difficult for Fishley either, looking at Leisure and saying softly, take Califer and the others to receive some equipment from the Dawn Church. From today onwards, they will be temporarily incorporated into the Dawn Knights, and detailed arrangements will be made later. As his pillow partner, Leisure could tell Ian's meaning at a glance, and immediately took Califer and the others away first. Only when Ian and Fishley were left in the room, did the latter open her mouth and say, Your Majesty the Pope, it's the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life has a problem. After saying that, Fishley lowered her head with a look of loss. Tree of Life. Ian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the elves' problem was more serious than he had imagined. The Tree of Life is not only the belief of the elves, but also the foundation of the elves. Any problem with the Tree of Life, it proves that the elven race may slowly disappear into the long river of history on the lordly continent. Tell me in detail. Ian did not immediately promise to help. The Tree of Life is one of the most sacred things on the lordly continent. King of Greed, and unfortunately encountered the King of Greed. At that time, the Queen and the others thought they were doomed, but they didn't expect the King of Greed to only use a forbidden curse that was all thunder and no rain. Shadow of endless greed. The Queen and many elven wise men escaped back. They thought nothing would happen, but when they were healing around the Tree of Life, the sequelae of the forbidden curse broke out. After a pause, Fishley shook her head again, with a look of hatred. It's not a sequelae. It should be intentional by the King of Greed. Otherwise, with his strength to cast the forbidden curse, the Queen and the others would not be able to escape. From the beginning, he was eyeing the Tree of Life. The Queen guessed that, because the Tree of Life is a divine object condensed from the origin of life symbolizing the lordly continent. Therefore, if the Tree of Life is affected, perhaps the erosion of the primordial abyss will accelerate. In any case, the Tree of Life has changed since then. Speaking of this, Fishley couldn't help but glance outside the door, lowering her voice and saying, Your Majesty the Pope, you should have noticed Califer. Indeed. Ian nodded. I haven't heard of this kind of wheat-colored skin elf before. Califer is one of the elves born after the change of the Tree of Life. Fishley pursed her lips and said worriedly, since the Tree of Life was affected, the Spring of Life has also gradually shrunk, and the number of elves born is decreasing year by year. Moreover, in the first year, more than half of the normal elves were born, but later, a large number of elves like Califer were born, and like normal elves like Henderson and the others, Califer and the others have no magical talents, and cannot even condense natural magic. The Elven Council of Sages calls them no mages. This is a novelty. Ian pondered. The elves are born mages and knights. There are only high and low talents, and there is no situation where they do not exist. Like Fishley, she has top level magical talent. Henderson and the others have knight talents higher than magical talents, but in the end, they are still dual magic and martial arts practitioners. Pure no magic is really rare. After a moment, Ian said softly, the spring of life is shrinking, the birth of elves is decreasing, and no magic elves have appeared. Are these the only problems? For now, these are the only ones, but as druid mages, we can feel more. Fishley lowered her head sadly. The tree of life is crying for help, and the signal for help is gradually weakening, and the life energy of the tree of life is constantly decreasing. If this problem cannot be solved, our fire seed plan will also be nonsense, and the elven race may completely disappear on a certain day in the future. Chapter 94. Go back, and let the ancient tree of life drink some MC milk. Your Holiness, to be honest, my clan has already tried every possible way to save the ancient tree of life. Fishley's tone was sincere, and her words were full of sorrow. The spring of life feeds back, the dragon clan's blood irrigates, the druid mages sacrifice their lives, but the ancient tree of life is still withering day by day. I'm afraid the ancient tree of life. Ian took a sip of tea and said softly, don't worry, let me think about it. He didn't readily agree like he used to when performing incredible miracles roots. This time, if the problem of the ancient tree of life is solved, it will be a small matter for the elven queen to come and meet him in person. Ian's envisioned subjugation of the elven race will solve the biggest problem, and it will be reasonable and legal to incorporate the ancient tree of life into the Dawn Church's mythology system. But that is, after all, the ancient tree of life, the irreplaceable sacred object of the elven race. It is the source of life for the elven race, the condensation and embodiment of the laws of life in the Rodri continent. Solving the problem of the ancient tree of life can be regarded as solving the stubborn diseases of the Rodri continent curse of the King of Greed. From the perspective of the form of expression, that forbidden curse may be a curse point, but from the perspective of the MC world, whether it is a curse or a disease, it can actually be summarized into a concept point. Negative buff point and negative buffs are not a big deal in the MC world. The MC world has milk that can basically solve all negative buffs. It's just let the ancient tree of life drink milk. Essentially get rid of its plant nature. As long as it is a plant, bone meal can work. So after thinking for a long time, Ian looked up at Fishley and said softly, the essence of the ancient tree of life is the condensation and embodiment of the laws of life in the Rodri continent, so I cannot guarantee whether the problem of the ancient tree of life can be solved. But based on the King of Greed himself, if he cast a curse, perhaps the problem is not big. Saying that, Ian took out a few buckets of milk and handed Fishley a set of bone meal. This is a divine object bestowed by Dawn. You have seen bone meal. This is a treasure that can instantly catalyze the maturity of plants. These are milk that can remove most curses. In theory, the curse of the King of Greed will be easily removed by milk. You can take it back and try it first. Irrigate the ancient tree of life with milk, and then use bone meal to catalyze it. Fishley had only just joined the Dawn Church after all, and had not yet reached the point where Markov and the others would believe Ian, even if he said the sun was square. She looked at the milk, then looked at Ian, and hesitated. But when she picked it up, feeling the solid weight, that was completely different from normal milk iron barrels, she inexplicably felt a sense of security in her heart. If it can be solved, naturally everyone will be happy. If it can't be solved, don't worry. Ian smiled and comforted Fishley, and said softly, if it really doesn't work, I can take a trip myself. Before, if milk and bone meal couldn't solve it, Ian would really be helpless. But now it's different. The witchcraft module has been added. It will probably take Fishley half a month to return to the elven race. This time is not enough for Ian to arm Regia and the others. But if he works harder and gets the master level healing magic wand, the Saint Realm Guardian staff will not be a problem. As long as he gets the master level staff and some targeted spells, the problem of the ancient tree of life, if milk and bone meal can't solve as a last resort, if curse removal still can't solve it, then Ian will use a time-based spell. Time lag, right. If these spells really can't solve the problem of the ancient tree of life, then it's easy to say, let's all raise the white flag and surrender. The king of greed's forbidden curse can even despise time, so what's the point of playing yo-yo? There's a cheat, use it. Of course, this is also a last resort. From the bottom of his heart, Ian doesn't want to take a trip himself. It's the same to solve the problem. The things Ian casually bestows will solve this fatal problem when Fishley uses them. The shocking effect produced by Ian personally going over to solve it is completely different. As Pope, Ian must always pursue the maximization of the Dawn Church's brand. But if it really can't be solved, then it's excusable to take a trip. Although it will somewhat damage the Pope's face, no matter what, he can take this opportunity to personally subdue the elven race. Only a small insignificant evangelistic lecture is needed. Fishley is gone. She only took the milk and bone meal, and didn't even call for Carifer and the others. She asked them to stay here first, and she rode 2 cloud-winged Pegasus alone. Abandoning everything and only pursuing the ultimate speed, she rushed towards the elven clan's territory. However, even if she rides 2 horses alone, it will probably take her about 5 days of sleepless running to get back. The ancient tree of life is getting weaker day by day, and Fishley really has no time to delay. Before leaving, Fishley also promised to report everything truthfully to the Elven Queen, and strive to bring the Elven Queen back together next time. So, although Fishley has just joined the church, she is still quite enlightened. For this reason, Ian specially bestowed her a fully equipped enchanted bow. Although Fishley is a mage, she may not be able to use it. Young Master Ian, can the ancient tree of life be cured? Registered beside Ian, looking into the distance at Fishley, who was riding her horse and stepping on the sky, gradually disappearing into the distance. The newest and most complete novels are first published at. Fishley's exchange with Ian was never hidden from Regia and the others, and Ian would not hide it from them. Apart from the essence of the MC World Gate, Ian really has nothing to hide from them. Probably. Ian retracted his gaze and smiled. Even if we can't save it this time, we can do it next time. Believe in the MC world. So, is the increased frequency of the birth of the abyss really related to the ancient tree of life? Maybe. Okay, stop thinking about these things. Ian interrupted Regia's question and said softly, arrange the elven race left in the land of beginning. Tell Matthew that a suitable candidate for the holy chant group has been sent to the door, and let him pay attention to it during this time. I hope that before Fishley returns, these elven races can make the right choice like Carifer and the others. Regia pursed her lips and smiled, and said softly, understood, but there is no need to notify Bishop Matthew. In fact, not long ago, he also mentioned it to Butler Lear, and he also plans to include the elven race into the White Book pillar. So, Matthew is a very qualified clergyman. However, remember to remind Lear to accept allegiance in my name. The basic framework cannot be changed. Ian stretched his waist, paused and then said, Hania is still in the city, right? Yes, still managing the remaining night watcher training. Let her come here to see me tomorrow. Ian turned around and led Regia and others upstairs, his tone leisurely. The faceless ones of the Black Book pillar need a sufficiently loyal commander. In that case, shouldn't we talk to her today? Ian shook his head and said softly, go to the MC world first today. There is still a lot of important work to do. There is still a lot of oil to squeeze from the mage tower we found before. Go back and survey the terrain. If it's suitable, a new base will be built there. You also need to change your staffs as soon as possible, not only for the Twilight Forest exploration, but I have a hunch that we will use them soon. Accompanying the energy fluctuations of the MC World Gate, Ian and others once again plunged into the MC World for development. Only Lear was left staring at the land of beginning. After all, the war is about to begin, and someone still needs to pay attention to the Rodri continent point on the other side. Markov and others also led the Dawn Knight Legion and the Night Watcher Legion, after more than a day of marching, to Canopy City. Different from the prosperity and holiness of the land of beginning, Canopy City looks much simpler. After all, the large-scale construction of Canopy City has not yet begun. But even so, with the MC world's resource supply, buildings that guarantee people's livelihood have basically been completed, such as chicken farms, pig farms, farmland, etc. Point with these guarantees, the citizens of Canopy City have no worries about food and clothing, and are deeply engaged in the spiritual civilization construction of the Dawn Church every day. As soon as Markov and the others entered the city, they were welcomed by the city believers. Although the construction of this city is temporarily not as good as the land of beginning, it is no less devout. Point accompanied by that tsunami of cheers. Markov and others came to the Church of Dawn monks who came here before, and Doris is responsible for it under our control. Thank you for your hard work, Father Doris. Markov smiled and nodded. Along with the new organizational structure of the Dawn Church, Doris's promotion letter came. Ian finally fulfilled the pie he once drew for Doris, and the fulfillment time was so short. After a group of people entered the back hall of the church and sat down, Markov didn't waste any time, and asked Doris directly. Please report the movements detailed, and military intelligence of the Bilka Principality's army. Chapter 95 2005 versus 300,000. The advantages on my sea. Yes. Darlos responded solemnly, and immediately began outlining on the map of the Principality of Bilka hanging on the wall behind him. According to the reports from the Night Watchers, the Principality of Bilka is dispatching troops this time under the guise of suppressing a rebellion. Google search TWKA and the heretic leading the army is the third prince of the Principality of Bilka, Leo Bilka, who, by order of the Bilka king, commands 1,000 royal heavy cavalry and 30,000 royal guards. However, Commander Markov, according to the information we have, this heretic Leo is not very honest. Markov asked curiously, how so? Darlos drew a rather tortuous line on the map, finally converging on Ginkgo City. According to the Night Watchers reports, this is Leo's marching route. Starting from the capital, he first went southwest to Sanglan City, then east to Tuhua City. After that, he went south to Billion Snowport. Each time he went deeper, he brought out a large number of troops. This Leo went around a dozen cities on the longest route. It is estimated that when he arrives at Ginkgo City in a day, he will have gathered nearly 300,000 troops. We speculate that the Bilka king most likely gave him the authority to mobilize troops along the way. But obviously, this guy is very ambitious, and did not come straight to Ginkgo City as required by the Bilka king. After pondering for a moment, Wulier looked at Markov and said in a low voice, Sanglan City, Tuhua City, Billion Snowport, and other cities, according to the reports from the clergy of our Dawn Church who have infiltrated them to preach, all seem to be neutral cities. Especially Billion Snowport, which has always been the core port contested by Leo and the other two princes. Markov certainly appeared to be careless, and seemed to have no brains, but that was only when he was around Ian and the others. After all, he was the heir carefully cultivated by Leo. No matter how mindless he was, he still understood what he needed to understand. After taking a look at Leo's advance route, Markov sneered. This guy is quite arrogant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he is openly transferring troops from neutral cities to help him in the battle for succession. Pushover? 300,000 troops? Even if it's 500,000, without the unwavering faith of our silver armor pillars, they are just a rabble. Wulier and the others also nodded and echoed with a smile. In any case, in this battle of 2,500 silver armor pillars against 300,000 troops, the advantage is mine. His Holiness the Pope requires us to wait for the other side to strike first. Harlan reminded Markov, as he was very worried that Markov, with his reckless nature, might directly lead the army to attack. Fortunately, Markov listened to Ian's words. I understand. With that, Markov beckoned to a monk beside him, order the army to rest in Tree Crown City, and wait for the other side to call for battle. After the battle begins, if the other side collapses and flees, do not be eager to annihilate them. His Holiness the Pope said that in this battle, we must cast a long line to catch a big fish. Yes. Before long, the knights who had been marching rapidly to Tree Crown City directly moved into the Tree Crown City military base to rest point, quietly waiting for the movements of the Principality of Bilka army on the Ginkgo City side. This wait lasted 3 days after all. Leo was a prince involved in the struggle for the crown, and he was definitely not a brainless idiot. This was also understandable. First, he was not the first prince who had the priority of inheritance, and second, he was not the second prince who had the support of half of the nobles in the Bilka Principality Council. Leo's ability to participate in the Bilka Principality's crown prince competition clearly meant that he was not an easily impulsive fool. He may not be astonishingly intelligent, but he was certainly ruthless enough to design the death of his own birth mother at the age of 15, and to win the pity of the old king with his loneliness and well-behaved demeanor. 300,000 troops traveled a long distance to arrive at Ginkgo City. If Leo chose to start a war at this time, he would not be qualified to compete with the other two princes. First, he needed to rest and find out information about Tree Crown City. According to the currently known information, the Dawn Church only had less than 1,000 heavy cavalry, and the most troublesome thing was their cooperation with the Winged Clan. But Leo was not a person who easily believed in information on paper. Of course, this reason was not the most important. Even if he adhered to the principle of a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, Leo still looked down on the Dawn Church from the bottom of his heart. For this trip, he brought all his savings, not to mention that the old king gave him 1,000 heavy cavalry and 30,000 royal guards. In his opinion, this force was enough to suppress the rebellion. Leo's real purpose lay in the army. Did he go to so much trouble to travel to various cities of the Principality of Bilka and mobilize so many troops just to deal with the Dawn Church? If he really wanted to be the old king's obedient son, he might as well find a rope and hang himself sooner rather than later. It was easy to understand what Leo wanted to do with just a little thought. The old king had not yet made a decision on the crown prince, but looking at his situation, it was normal for him to die inexplicably one day. Although Leo was able to participate in the crown prince competition, he was really at a disadvantage, and not many nobles in the capital were optimistic about him. Once the old king died, it would be difficult for him to survive, let alone inherit the throne, if he stayed in the capital his command. Logically and emotionally, he should take responsibility for this matter, taking advantage of the situation to mobilize troops and raise the banner of suppressing the rebellion to lead the army on an expedition. As for what happens after the fight, the soldiers were borrowed by his own ability, so why should he return them? Besides, even if those soldiers went back, they would not listen to others. A hood floated in like a ghost, his feet not touching the ground, silent and invisible. But Leo was already used to it, standing in front of the map with his hands behind his back, without even turning his head. He said, "How is it? Heh heh heh." The magician chuckled in a low voice, but the laughter was as unpleasant as an old bellow's mind flayers. "Now, they are only controlled by you." With that, the magician handed over a square jet black slate. "The newest and most complete novels are first published here." "Very good." Flames of excitement burned in Leo's eyes, but he still maintained the elegant demeanor of a royal. This third prince had also carved the performance into his bones through years of disguise. "King." The magician smiled coldly. "Once Blackwater City is pacified, it's time for you to ascend the throne." This sentence instantly made Leo's flame of ambition burn even more fiercely. Looking west, after a long time, Leo murmured to himself, "Father, please wait a little longer. I will soon be able to let the eldest brother and the second brother fulfill their filial piety to you." Putting away the slate, he raised his hand and pointed to the location of Tree Crown City on the map. Leo said coldly, "How is the investigation going?" "Not very smoothly." Speaking of this matter, the magician was not as relaxed and casual as before. Tree Crown City has completely changed. That city seems to have fallen into fanatical faith. So-called Dawn Church still has some ability. It doesn't matter. Leo put on his cloak and strode out. In the face of absolute strength, any church is vulnerable. 300,000 troops are approaching the city. I don't believe that Blackwater City plus Tree Crown City only have about 20,000 people. Could it be that they can turn the world upside down? Order the entire army. Suppress the rebellion. Inside the Tree Crown City military base, the wind and waves that tore through the air came first, followed by the sound of the air being pierced. Commander Markov, the 300,000 troops from Ginkgo City have moved. The target is our Tree Crown City, and they will arrive in about 3 hours. Clearly about to be besieged by 300,000 troops, but the Winged Clan messenger was particularly excited, even looking at Markov expectantly, wishing he could go to battle immediately. Markov put down the map in his hand, exchanged glances with Wulier and the others, and they all laughed. They're finally here. This Leo is quite cautious. If it had been a few days later, I would have almost couldn't help but provoke them. Hearing the contempt in Markov's words, Wulier shook his head and reminded him, after all, he is a prince involved in the struggle for the crown. If he really had no brains, he would have died in the capital long ago. Commander Markov, we can't be careless either. I know. Markov stretched lazily, got up and looked around at the Dawn Knights who were eager to fight, and said loudly, Knights of the Dawn, now, those damned heretics are going to commit the crime of defying the Dawn. Attacking the territory bestowed upon us by the Dawn. It's time to repay the Dawn with everything we have. Raise the flag. Go out of the city to meet the enemy. Tree Crown City, which had been silent for 3 days, finally began to shake. Dawn Knights straddling war horses were on the ground, rushing out of the city without hesitation. In the sky, the Winged Clan, holding longbows shimmering with purple magic, flapped their wings to follow. A full 2,500 people forcibly created the domineering aura of a million-strong army charging into battle. This scene was still fresh in the memory of Tree Crown City. Not long ago, it had just experienced the charge of Iron Hooves. But they would not forget that the charge of the Dawn Iron Cavalry brought hope and a better new life. Therefore, compared to the panic at the beginning, the citizens of Tree Crown City now simply stood on both sides of the road to cheer for the knights. This was a holy war that the Dawn people yearned for, a war for the countless people who, like them in the past, lived in dire straits around and looked down at the dense crowd of believers below. After a moment, he piously raised the oracle scripture in his hand, placing it under the cleanest sunlight. The Lord will judge those who are rebellious, because they have forsaken the truth. The Lord will judge those who have forsaken, because they have done unrighteous deeds. The Lord will judge those who are unrighteous, because they have become lowly demons. The Lord's judgment is just and righteous. This is the gospel of the world. Children of the Dawn, gaze at this moment. Remember this moment. The selfless Lord will embrace more of our compatriots. This is a great and merciful liberation. If the heretics are not exterminated, the holy war will not end. Dawn endures. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. When Iron Hooves trample, dawn arises. Markov still remembered the saying Ian had shared with them. Tens of thousands of people, boundless and endless. What was the concept of a 300,000 strong army? Plant military flags everywhere. Grassland, facing a black line surging like a tide from the distant horizon. From afar, even the pebbles on the ground began to jump. As time passed, this vibration even added a earth-shattering roar, holding their horses and gazing into the distance. Even when the distance between the two sides was only about 1,000 meters, and the surging military force roared as it crushed forward, Markov, including the Dawn Knights behind him, had a hint of disappointment in their eyes. A rabble, Markov murmured, looking down on the 300,000 strong army with an air of superiority, commanding 2,500. Principality was simply pitifully weak compared to the Dawn Knights' 1,000. What was that? Ulier stood leisurely beside Markov, wiping his spotless enchanted bow. Commander Markov, how many rounds of charge do you think they can withstand from the Dawn Knights? Markov simply smiled, and did not answer. 2,000 Dawn Knights and 500 Night Watchers charging into an army of 300,000 sounded like a fantastic tale. But Ian could find a reference for this in his homeland. Blitzkrieg Poland. Cavalry of flesh and blood charging tank divisions. That scene, what more than a tragic can summarize it? In that battle, a certain H made the world understand that the era of Don Quixote was over. And this battle was just like that. The Church of the Dawn will make the world understand that the human wave tactic has come to an end. The Dawn Knights were more powerful than a certain H's tank army, but the Bilka army was far inferior to the Polish cavalry, the ancient blood-drinking era, by a heavily armed combined arms unit in the age of hot weapons. 2,000 men, taking all chemical potions, wearing nearly 20 tons of iron armor, and even the war horses beneath them were covered in 5 or 6 tons of horse armor. Not to mention 300,000. Even if the Bilka Principality's army had 1 million, it wouldn't be enough to kill. Compared to the Dawn Knights, the Bilka Principality's army was more like primitive people without weapons. The most crucial point was that the Dawn Knights under Ian's command, even if they fought to the last man, could still charge frantically, shouting Dawn forever. But the Bilka Principality's army, Ian didn't think they had the will of steel. An invincible army forged of steel, coupled with an iron will. What such an army meant was probably unnecessary to say. Now, everything was ready except for the opportunity, and Markov and the others only had to wait for a reasonable opportunity to counterattack. The armies faced each other across the wilderness, and Leo rode his tall horse, standing in front of the army, gazing at the silent Dawn Knights on the opposite side. Even as an enemy, he couldn't help but sigh. It is an elite and invincible army, but ultimately too few. There was nowhere to ambush in this wilderness. Leo had sent people to scout, and there were only these 2,000 people here. No matter how elite the opponent was, they would be powerless to turn the tide in the face of a 300,000 strong army. The remnants of the Forbes family still have some ability. In such a short time, they can pull out so many heavy cavalry. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly, then shook his head after a moment. It ends here. After thinking for a moment, Leo was still somewhat envious of this heavy cavalry point coupled with the wind archers. If they could be incorporated, this army would definitely be the core force for him to attack the royal capital. Even after he ascended the throne, this army would allow him to become a top force in the eastern and remote region of the 100 Clan Alliance. Thinking of this, Leo rode forward. Putting on a gentle and reluctant expression, he said loudly, "Warriors, lay down your weapons. Why sacrifice your lives for something not worth it? We are originally comrades under the same country. Our strength should be united and directed towards the demon race that should be truly hated." Fratricide. How cruel. This persuasion, however, never received any feedback from the Dawn Knights. 2,000 Dawn Knights and 500 Night Watchers stood quietly in place, staring indifferently at the army of the Bilka Principality. Leo's words did not enter their ears at all. Leo's heart sank, and he casually pointed to the army behind him. "Look at the army you are facing. Or 300,000 strong army, royal capital heavy cavalry, royal capital guards, behind us is the power of more than 30 cities of the Bilka Principality. What about you? Relying on 2 barren border cities, you are all excellent warriors. I really can't bear to annihilate you. You are originally innocent people. I believe you have all been bewitched and have no choice but to do so. Lay down your weapons. I guarantee the royal army will not hurt you in the slightest." But the Dawn Knights remain unmoved. Leo's lonely echo reverberated across the wilderness, making Leo feel somewhat awkward for a moment. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Leo took a deep breath and continued, "I promise you that, as long as you surrender, neither you nor your families will be held responsible. I will offer you even more generous rewards, higher compensation, more dignified jobs for your families, and a more prosperous living environment. As long as you lay down your weapons and do not resist, I promise you that you will be held responsible. Be the most important promise, Legion under my command, Leo Bilka. I promise you endless glory and money." A few birds leisurely flew across the sky, disappearing with Leo's shouts. Leo's face had completely darkened. "Commoners, stubborn and unyielding." The magician floated to Leo's side and gradually whispered, "Your Highness, these guys don't seem very smart. I can see that. Arrogance, forget it, kill them. Take their equipment, and we can still arm such elites, even more obedient." The 300,000 strong the army immediately rushed towards the Dawn Knights like hungry wolves, roaring furiously. 300,000 besieging 2,005. This battle was purely a pie in the sky. What they were considering was not whether they could win, but whether they could grab a kill. The earth began to tremble, and the gravel jumped restlessly like fish on a frying pan. The charge of 300,000 people stirred up a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky, rolling and mighty, like a sweeping sandstorm. But neither the excitedly charging army nor Leo, who was sitting in the rear, noticed that. As they began to charge, the Dawn Knights, who were like cold machines, finally had expressions other than indifference on their faces. That was an expression even more excited and fanatical than the Bilka Principality's army, which was enticed by noble titles. Markov clenched his weapon, his eyes fixed on the cavalry charging in the front. Closer. Even closer. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Clang. Along with the sound of a weapon chopping and breaking on armor, the greedy and joyful expression on the face of the leading knight in the Bielka army froze. Finally, they've taken the bait. Markov grinned, his smile falling into the eyes of the knight, who was full of astonishment, like a demon opening a huge full mouth of lava. Before he could react, he saw Markov draw his sword and chop down. The cold light cut through the space, and hot blood soared into the sky. The knight and his steed were split in two, and fell to the ground, stirring up dust. Markov raised his great sword, which was unstained with blood and still shimmering with a cold light. May the dawn last forever. Unlimited counterattack. Kill. Transformed into erupting active volcanoes. Kill. 2,000 horses went from silence to full speed in just an instant. Too many things can happen in an instant. For example, in this instant, the situation of the Dawn Knights being besieged was instantly reversed. In this instant, thousands of Bielka who had charged the fastest were smashed into pieces by the Iron Cavalry, shattered, pulling out a crimson torrent. The boundary between life and death was embodied by the charge of the Dawn Knights, pressing towards the Bielka army wherever they passed. Whether it was the attack of steel knives or the defense of shields, nothing could stop the Dawn Knights for even a breath. The long-planned expansion. War of the Dawn God sect entered an unstoppable frenzy when an unknown knight chopped Markov with his sword bearing the glory of where iron hooves pass. There is dawn. The Dawn Knights were all afraid of being a step slower than others. When the war starts, is up to the Bielka Principality to decide, based on the Dawn God sect's need for reputation. But when the war stops, is up to the Dawn to say. Leo sat on his horse, staring blankly at the war that had instantly turned into a Dawn Knight slaughter game. Watching his powerful knights hacking and slashing in vain, while the opponent's casual slash could split them in two on the spot. Watching the army that he had been confident in, the army that he would use to fight for the throne in the future, being teased like chicks. Watching the soldiers on the front line, who had been crying and shouting demons and tears, begin to rout and flee less than a minute after the start of the war. No. Shouldn't be like this. They only have 2,500 people. No. This is impossible. The next moment, a knight's head was thrown to Leo by Markov from afar. That was one of his most proud knights. Leo was silent, sitting on his horse in a daze for a while. After a long time, Leo's eyes turned red and his veins bulged all. Chapter 97. The Dawn Knights are silent, only charging forward relentlessly. Markov and the others didn't hear or pay attention to Leo's disbelief. The Dawn Knights were silent, only charging forward relentlessly. Charging was not difficult for them. It was like racing on horseback. Whatever was in front didn't matter, it would all be crushed. In 2 minutes of battle, the Bielka Principality's army had suffered tens of thousands of casualties. The front lines had long since collapsed, filled with wails, pleas for mercy, and desperate screams of demons. Of course, even the Dawn Knights couldn't be truly unharmed. Even if the Bielka army was weak, their numbers were still significant, and there were still many knights and mages attacking. But what was outrageous was that, whenever someone was injured, a strange potion would immediately restore them to full vigor. Even if an arm was chopped off, it would grow back in the blink of an eye. So, strictly speaking, the Dawn Knights were still unharmed. And those knights and mages who tried to ambush them were in a much worse state. As soon as they made a move, the winged ones in the sky would quickly release an arrow. So far, no one could withstand an arrow from the winged ones. Therefore, for Leo, the casualties among the ordinary soldiers were minor. The knights and mages were his precious treasures. In the meantime, hundreds had already been killed by the winged ones, who seemed to be targeting them specifically. Leo was furious beyond, but he retreated further and further back. The black-robed mage stood by his side, no longer as optimistic as before, cautiously guarding Leo. But even so, the army still couldn't stop the Dawn Knights' charge. In 4 minutes, Markov led the Dawn Knights through the encirclement of hundreds of thousands of charging troops. Each of their armor was still as clean as new, but the bloodstains on their skin were almost solidified into black. The war horses were menacing, and in the blink of an eye, they had reached the army guarding Leo in the rear. Stop them. Stop them for me. Leo had lost all royal composure, shouting hoarsely. But even with more mages and knights stepping forward, along with the royal capital guards protecting him, they still couldn't stop the Dawn Knights for even a moment. In just a dozen few seconds, the army guarding Leo was also broken through. The mighty ironclad war horses and dawn knights were close at hand. The earth sank under their hooves, and the clanging of hooves was like a death knell in Leo's ears. Before he could react, Markov was already in front of him, indifferently beheading the strongest knight guarding Leo with a single sword. The scalding hot blood drenched Leo, chilling him to the bone. The mage reacted, and immediately raised his staff, hoarsely saying, "Blackhead of." Before the name of the spell could be uttered, Leo felt a weight on his shoulder, and his eyes trembled as he glanced sideways. It was a withered arm, holding a black ironwood spiral staff. Only then did a scream come from the belated mage. Leo fell from his warhorse, sitting on the ground, watching Markov all the sunlight in fear. You can't kill me. I am. Markov had no intention of listening to Leo. He always remembered Ian's teachings. Playing the long blocking game to beat a dog to death. Since it was beating a dog, it couldn't be killed in one blow. This mad dog had to be given a chance to escape, running all the way, and attracting more mad dogs. Moreover, in Ian's plan, Leo and the other royals had to be kept until the final battle for the royal capital point. Otherwise, the carefully prepared banner of Beat the Nobles, Divide the Land would lose its best sacrifice point, the guillotine, that Ian had spent a fortune to build, named Louis Dawn Knights, who had already killed most of the royal capital. Guards around Leo, those heavy armored cavalry, like mobile fortresses, actually turned around on the spot and charged again towards the Bilka army that still dared to attack them. A mere 300,000 troops, facing 2,000 Dawn Knights, not only didn't surrender, but dared to fight back. Then they couldn't be blamed. Replenish the potions and continue the slaughter wherever the Dawn Knights went. Another wave of blood surged, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. No mercy, no hesitation. The Dawn Knights only charged and killed relentlessly. Any army that didn't belong to the Dawn was heresy. Leo stared blankly as the Dawn Knights, who had charged to his eyes, turned around and killed again. At first, he thought that his status as a prince had worked. But hearing the mage's wails in his ears, and looking at the headless body of his strongest knight on the ground, recalling Markov's contemptuous and indifferent gaze, Leo had to admit, the reason he was still alive wasn't because the other party was concerned about his status, nor was it out of pity, but out of contempt. They didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it. Damn it. Damn commoners. Bastards. Like a mad beast ready to devour people. Your Highness. The mage endured the pain and cast a hypostasis spell on himself, pressing down on Leo with his only arm. Let's retreat. Your Highness. Run. These people are all knights. So what? So what? Leo was like a madman, waving his arms wildly. I have an army of 300,000. I have the royal capital heavy cavalry. I have the mage legion. Kill these commoners for me. Pile them up. Use heads to pile. Pile them to death for me, Your Highness. The mage grabbed Leo's shoulder with a pale face, forcibly dragging him back to escape. His eyes were dull, staring blankly at the army that had completely collapsed, waiting and begging for mercy as they fled. Royal capital heavy cavalry? Gone, long gone. Capital heavy cavalry. On this vast battlefield, where were the soldiers on horseback who belonged to him? 300,000 troops? The enemy killed 30 to 40,000 in 2 rounds 10 of charge, in less than minutes, and they were still unharmed weapons. Mage Legion. The winged ones were flying in the sky, looking for these high-value targets, drawing bows and shooting arrows. Not a single arrow was off. Be shot off directly. The Mage Legion and the Knights were the fastest to escape. From leading 300,000 troops and being unmatched in prestige, to having nothing now, only 1,000 private soldiers and the strongest mage by his side. It only took 10 minutes. Leo only hated that all of this wasn't a dream. The mage didn't have the time to doubt life like Leo. He wished he could grow 8 legs, not daring to look back, taking advantage of the Dawn Knights still encircling the remaining resistance. He desperately led Leo towards Ginkgo City to escape. Leo, who had been in a daze for a long time, suddenly burst into tears on horseback. This isn't the war I understand. It's gone. It's all gone. The mage said in a deep voice. Your Highness, don't despair. We still have hope. Hope? What hope is there left? Leo's bloodshot eyes stared at the mage with hatred and roared. 300,000 troops are gone. Cavalry and royal capital guards have all sacrificed themselves. All my years of accumulation are gone. What hope is there left? What hope is there left? Your Highness gradually regained focus. That's right. They're all knights. Impossible. Why would the Forbes family be able to do this? They must have betrayed the 100 Races Alliance. Otherwise, why would they ally with the traitorous winged ones? I understand. It's the demon race. It must be the demon race traitor. That damn Forbes is a human race traitor. Leo cheered up again. Quick, return to the city. Ask the royal capital for help. This battle is no longer about whether or not he can inherit the throne later. If he's not careful, the entire Bilka Principality will be gone. But before Leo could catch his breath, the earth-shattering sound of hooves rang out outside the city. This familiar, life-threatening sound made Leo's legs go weak instantly. Your Highness, it's bad. Those demons are attacking. Along with the message being brought back by the messenger, Leo completely despaired and fainted to the ground. Your Highness, Your Highness. The messenger was anxious, urging Leo repeatedly. Idiot. The mage kicked the messenger away and quickly carried Leo, saying, order a retreat to the royal capital. Yes. Short man. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he cut his palm. Instantly, scarlet blood flowed out, but it didn't fall to the ground into a strange blackbird with 3 eyes. With a flick of his arm, the blackbird instantly tore through the air and flew west point, and this person looked solemnly at the direction outside the city again, his figure disappearing into the shadows like water. At this time, Markov and the others had already arrived at the city walls. Chapter 98. Striking down nobles, distributing land. Yin Crossing City is a large city west of Tree Crown City, and in this eastern region of the Bilka Duchy. Yin Crossing City is considered the largest city point in the words of Ian's hometown. This is the provincial capital point, of course, compared to the prosperous western and central regions of the Human Kingdom Alliance. Yin Crossing City is still very small. Yin Crossing City is home to more than 500,000 residents of the Bilka Duchy, and the position of the city lord is held by a marquis under a grand prince. There are also more than a dozen nobles of various sizes in the city, but these are not important. Markov doesn't even need to understand the names of Cleveland and the Lyman family as he did when attacking Tree Crown City before, because this city has basically become the property of the Dawn God sect since the arrival of the Dawn God sect's clergy to preach a few days ago. He took the wet towel handed over by the Dawn Knight and simply wiped the blood stains on his face point after the slaughter just now. Their armor and weapons were not stained with blood at all, and they were very clean. It saves them from having to wash their clothes. How many Dawn believers are there in Yin Crossing City? City is closer to Tree Crown City, and it is more convenient for our clergy to use preaching methods. Markov paused in satisfaction and said again, are the clergy in the city? Yes. Wu Lia pointed to a line on the roster. There are 13 monks, the most outstanding of whom is a monk named Hamming, who is one of the outstanding graduates of the first phase of the monastery. Markov nodded. I will send a message to Bishop Matthew to investigate Hamming. If he is loyal enough and capable enough, he may be promoted to the of the White Pillar, as, for now, Markov raised his hand and said loudly, raise the flag. From now on, the Holy War officially begins. Everyone must remember the slogan of the Holy War, overthrow the nobles and return the land to the people. After saying that, Markov looked at Wu Lia. Prepare to attack the city. Send a message to the clergy to spread the name of the priest Dawn's Holy War to all the people of Yin Crossing City. Within 10 minutes, I want Yin Crossing City to be embraced by the Great Lord. Bilka. Royal capital point. King's bedroom point. Old Bilka, with a wrinkled face and white hair, sat by the window, looking out at the bright through sunshine, the thick curtains with a slight gap. But his eyes were full of disgust. He used to be high-spirited and effective in leading the army in the Third Anti-Demon War. The Human Kingdom Alliance granted him this land of the Bilka Duchy, the most famous duchies in the eastern part of the 100 Clan Alliance continent. He saw every day, when he got up at that time, was the vigorous vitality of all things competing for development. Later, after more than 10 years of hard work, he also had the title of Mingjin. At that time, he proudly compared himself to the sun. But more than 100 years have passed since that time. He is no longer young. Bilan Casabilka is 154 years old this year, accompanied by a pungent fishy smell floated into his nostrils. After a while, a dark red scar was burned on the back of his hand. Old Bilka withdrew his hand from the sunlight expressionlessly, and the whole person hid behind the shadows again. Old Bilka clearly remembered that an old senior of the human race once held his hand and said meaningfully doesn't want to die and he doesn't want to lose power. Therefore, he who cannot touch the sun again hopes that the entire Rodri continent will no longer have the sun. As long as is like him, what he does is not betrayal, but a pioneer of the times. The demons are untrustworthy, but he has nothing to choose from. Cheers of success. A hoarse voice accompanied by the pungent smell of sulfur instantly filled the dim bedroom. Old Bilka's expression was as calm as water until a hideous claw covered with rough scales pressed on his shoulder, and before that, just like everything you did when you first owned this land, you need outstanding contributions. The claws pressed on old Bilka's shoulders, forcibly turning him around. The skull at 3 vertical pupils under the black robe hood were full of tyranny. Bilan Casabilka, I didn't see enough of your contribution. Contribution? I think that compared to you who were chased and fled in embarrassment at the beginning, my contribution is enough for me to have a longer life and territory in the new world than now. Old Bilka stared calmly at the 3 vertical pupils. Prince, Kingdom, Czech Duchy, Wing Clan, Forbes family, Magician McDranai. Remember that you don't belong to the domain of greed. Could it be that all demons are so greedy? As soon as the words fell, a roar followed. What about the Dawn God sect? The black-robed man instantly closed in on old Bilka. Black-robed man, filled with immense anger and brutality, hissed in a low voice. Old thing, are you playing tricks on me? The next moment, surging battle aura erupted from his body, pushing the black-robed man back a few steps, after which a dark magical power also stirred on the other's body, retorting, when the Forbes family was annihilated, was that a decision made on the same day? Did he die on the same day? The black-robed man's gaze was icy as he stared at old Bilka. The Dawn God sect originated from the Forbes family and is rooted in Blackwater City of your Bilka Duchy. You cannot escape this responsibility. Old Bilka gazed deeply at the black-robed man. After a moment, he retracted his battle aura and sat down again. Did you go to probe the Dawn God sect yourselves? That's none of your concern. Brenka Bilka, do what you should do. The black-robed man's tone became even more sinister. Call the powerful demon clan. The black-robed man's vertical pupils radiated killing intent, but after a moment, his tone suddenly changed, filled with enticement. So, you're mocking the Lord's plan? Old Bilka fell silent, glanced at the black-robed man, and suppressed his anger as he said, I never had such thoughts, but I suspect that you spread false information to the Lord, leading the Lord to make such a decision. Remnants of the Forbes family that are suspect Bilka Duchy is colluding with you. The black-robed man sat down opposite old Bilka, staring straight at him. Therefore, the Lord wants you to strike first. Old Bilka's heart stirred, and he waited quietly for the black-robed man to continue. The Lord wants you, in the name of the king of the Bilka Duchy, to condemn the Dragon clan for interfering in the internal affairs of the human race at the CL Hundreds Alliance meeting. Old Bilka had been hoping that the black-robed man would reveal some elaborate plan, but upon hearing this, he was immediately shocked. You're crazy. Old Bilka was both shocked and denouncing the Dragon clan. Those arrogant fellows will tear us apart alive. That's for you to consider. Time, he frowned and said in a deep voice, are you saying that the force behind the Dawn God sect is the Dragon clan? I don't know. Bilka paced back and forth irritably. You make it sound so easy. Is the Dragon clan something to be trifled with? Are they beings who will reason with us? If we really do this, I will inevitably face endless pursuit from the Dragon clan. The Lord has promised. Even to the point of having the Dragon clan send people here. Clan, how large of a territory you can have depends on how great of a contribution you can make. Brenka Bilka, I think this is what you are best at. Old Bilka paused, his expression uncertain. The black-robed man added lightly, it's either possessing a longer life and becoming a noble in the domain of pride, or being attacked by the Dawn God sect and subjected to extreme punishment. Choose for yourself. Don't harbor any luck. There is no possibility of coexistence between you and them. Old Bilka closed his eyes, and after a long time, he let out a long breath, and gritted his teeth to make a decision. You must swear a poisonous oath, that after this matter is over, you will definitely take me to the domain of pride. Of course, the black-robed man smiled sinisterly, extending his claws towards old Bilka. You can rest assured about the credit of our demon clan. After struggling for a long time, old Bilka still shook hands with the black-robed man, just like when he was on the verge of death. Looking at old Bilka's resolute face, the black-robed man sneered in his heart. Talking about credit with the demon clan is the funniest joke in the 7 sin domains for so many years. After a long time, the black-robed man disappeared without a trace, and the sulphurous smell gradually dissipated. Old Bilka sighed for a long time. Suddenly, a small figure emerged from the shadows like flowing water. Your Majesty, urgent news from my eldest brother. A great defeat on the front lines. The third prince's 300,000 strong army was crushed by the Dawn God's 2,000 heavy cavalry. Silver Apricot City has fallen. The royal capital heavy cavalry and the royal capital guards are all dead in battle. The third prince is on his way back to the royal capital. Old Bilka was struck by lightning, standing dumbfounded in place. After a long time, a furious and collapsing roar echoed in the bedroom. Damn. Rebellious son. Damn. Dawn God Sect. Chapter 99 Heresy. At the starting point of the invasion, Commander Markov led his troops to decisively defeat 300,000 Bilka soldiers, engaging in battle for 10 minutes, and annihilating all Royal Capital Heavy Cavalry and Royal Capital Guards. The war ended in 20 minutes, with 50,000 enemies killed, and 90,000 captured. The remaining soldiers scattered and fled, while our Dawn Knights and Night Watcher Legion of the Aurora Church were unharmed. Down with the nobles, returned the land to the people, and coordinated with the Aurora Church clergy in Ginkgo City, led by Hanmeng, to launch an attack from within. They successfully seized the largest city in the eastern region of the Bilka Principality. Currently, the Aurora Church has completely controlled Ginkgo City. Father Dolores has transferred clergy and troops from Canopy City to Ginkgo City to take over management. The purge of the nobles within Ginkgo City is also underway. Commander Markov, following the will of His Holiness the Pope, allowed Bilka's third prince, Leo, to escape and is now leading a large army to continue westward in a righteous manner. Your Holiness, this battle is a great victory. Inside the papal residence in the land of origin, the Night Watcher Winged Warrior who returned to deliver the message reported the battle situation to Ian with a face full of joy. As soon as the words fell, Lyra and others looked immediately at Ian to congratulate him. Congratulations, Your Holiness. Our Aurora Church's holy war is going smoothly, and the faith is expanding. Ian nodded with a smile on his face. Markov is very efficient. I thought it would take a few more days before there would be any action. Warriors' concerted efforts and firm faith. All the warriors of the Silver Armor Pillar are good, but in this battle, we cannot only look at how the warriors performed. Without the cooperation of the clergy in Ginkgo City and Canopy City, Ginkgo City would not have been so easily and smoothly taken over. Without the logistics support provided by everyone in the land of origin, the warriors of the Silver Armor Pillar would not have been able to charge forward with confidence. This battle is a fruitful result of the concerted efforts of the entire Aurora Church. Everyone deserves praise. After saying a few platitudes, Ian began to talk about the main points. The Holy War has just begun, although I can't wait to reward on behalf of the Aurora, but there are still more lost lambs waiting for the redemption of our Aurora Church. There are still more people living in dire straits waiting for the Aurora's mercy. Now is not the time to celebrate. Although this battle is a great victory, we still cannot be careless and despise the Bilka Principality, just because our Aurora Church has the protection of the Aurora. Be sure to bring these words to Markov. Tell him not to be reckless and rash, maintain caution, and focus on guarding against the opponent's desperate measures. The Winged Warrior nodded solemnly. Ian looked at Matthew again. Bishop Matthew, when the Holy War ends and the entire territory of the Bilka Principality is liberated, your White Robe Pillar must do a good job in rewarding merits. Yes, Your Holiness. There is one more thing. Ian pointed to Ginkgo City on the map again. Ginkgo City has been liberated by us, but Ginkgo City still needs the clergy to manage it well. Liberation is not the goal, but a necessary choice to realize the people's beautiful life under the Aurora's mercy. Recruiting troops, spreading the faith, formulating management plans. You must also contact the clergy in Ginkgo City as soon as possible to arrange these matters. After arranging Matthew, Ian looked at Lear again and said softly, "Bishop Lear, the holy war is still going on. I'm worried that Markov and the others will not have enough war resources. In a few days, you remember to take the Inquisitors of the Black Book Pillar to transport war materials to Markov and the others. I will let the Ended Dragon take you on your way." Taking advantage of the fact that the Night Watcher would have to return to the front line later, Ian specially arranged a few words for him, asking him to convey some secret words that only Markov and the others, who were his own people, could understand. This simple meeting ended here. Matthew's work enthusiasm has always been very high, especially now that he is taking advantage of the good news of the Aurora Church's great victory at the beginning of the Holy War follow-up work, and then asked the Night Watcher warrior to take him to Canopy City quickly. Ginkgo City is, after all, a large city with a population of more than 500,000, and there are still many lambs whose faith has not been established. Although Dolores and Han Meng are both excellent monks he brought out and have an indestructible Aurora faith, but for such a significant event, he must personally supervise it to avoid any mistakes. The Silver Armor Pillar is fighting outside, and their White Robe Pillar cannot. They must arrange the rear steadily. The territory that has been conquered must also be transformed into the Aurora Church's foundation as soon as possible. In the next period of time, if nothing unexpected happens, Matthew will also be on business trips all the time, preaching along the cities occupied by the Silver Armor Pillar. The good news is that with the Aurora Church's ability in miracles, it will only take a day or two to completely transform a city into pan-believers. This is the Aurora Church's terrifying snowball effect. Only Ian and his own people were left in the papal residence, and they spoke much more casually. Taking the tea that Leisure handed over and taking a sip, Ian said softly, "Markov's ability to fight is still not small. If this continues, it is estimated that in no more than 10.5 months, half of the Bilka Principality's territory will be ours." Leo chuckled. With the tactical support provided by young Master Ian, the logistics and material support provided by Aurora War Heaven, plus a group of soldiers with firm will and no fear of death. If he can't come up with any amazing battle results, he should resign from the position of Commander of the Holy Knights as soon as possible. Ian shook his head. The newest and most complete novels are first published at. You can't say that. How are those elves in the city? Have they made the right choice? As you wish, young Master Ian. Leisure smiled, and her every move already revealed the aura of mature Grand Inquisitor. Those elves have all joined the Aurora Church. I have checked their faith. Compared with the other believers in our land of origin, there is still some gap, but in any case, they have already passed. Ian shook his head and said calmly, "Passing is not enough. The White Robe Pillar is responsible for preaching and managing affairs, and the choir, as the White Robe Pillar's military department, must have a sufficiently fanatical and loyal faith to match this position. Matthew will be busy arranging the cities annexed by the Holy War during this period. Lear, pay attention to these elves. I hope that before Fishley comes back, the Aurora will become the supreme faith in the hearts of these elves." Lear happily. This matter was not difficult. With the miracles displayed by the Aurora Church, coupled with the Aurora Church's glorious and upright teachings, the faith of the elves is condensing madly every day they stay here. Lear only needs to add a little effort on this basis. After arranging Lear, Ian asked Leisure casually, "How is Hania after becoming a faceless one?" "No change. She trains normally and prays normally every day." "That's good." Ian smiled gratifiedly, supervising the faith within the church. It's like the embroidered uniform guard during the Ming Dynasty. As the emperor sword that secretly supervises hundreds of officials, would they put a label on their forehead saying that they are members of the embroidered uniform guard? The calmer and steadier Hania is, the more unchanged she is, the more it shows that she is good enough. After thinking for a moment, Ian said softly, "Let Hania prepare. I will take her to the MC world in a few days." Leisure joked with her, "Then she will definitely faint with excitement. Perhaps Hania will not sleep all night thinking about what dress she should wear." Freya next to her was just about to chime in. In the next moment, there was suddenly a lot of commotion outside the papal residence, which was still considered quiet. Listening carefully, it seemed to be the scolding of the Dawn Knights. Before long, a Dawn Knight walked in quickly, knelt down with a thud, and said with a face full of smile, shame and self-blame, "Your Holiness, an apostate has invaded the land of origin." Chapter 100 Witchcraft Module Advanced Wand, Thunder Tamer. Dean had always felt that his life had been smooth sailing. As a child, he killed a dying knight and successfully found a knightly cultivation method specializing in assassination and stealth from him. With his good talent, he successfully spent more than 20 years practicing this cultivation method to perfection, becoming a death god lurking in the shadows. As soon as he left the mountain, ready to exchange his skills for wealth and glory, he was successfully spotted by Old Bill Carr and became Old Bill Carr's exclusive butcher. Although due to the nature of his job and the technical requirements of his profession, he had been nameless and without status for most of his life, only Old Bill Carr knew of his existence. But in any case, he relied on his loyal professional ethics to earn Old Bill Carr's utmost trust, enjoying endless wealth and glory. In his old age, wanting to choose an heir, he successfully took in 3 extremely talented disciples, who, unlike Old Bill Carr's 3 rebellious sons, did not cause any family drama. Finally, deeply trusted by Old Bill Carr, he also witnessed Bill Carr's transaction with the demons, and was promised that he would be taken to the demon race to enjoy a long life. Dean felt that he could be considered one of the luckiest people in the world. His life had been smooth sailing in this Roderick continent, who had a better life than him. But it wasn't until today that Dean. Everyone's luck is limited. If you use up all your good luck in advance, you will eventually encounter bad luck. Sect's intelligence was definitely the most regrettable task Dean had ever taken. He never thought that he, who had roamed the Bill Carr Duchy for so many years, would capsize here. Huddling in a rare shadowy corner of the city, watching the Dawn Knights rumbling past outside, and the Winged Warriors tearing through the air with sonic booms in the sky, as well as the iron golems that surpassed the demons, and became his new nightmare, Dean shed tears of regret. 10 minutes ago, Dean, after a long journey, arrived at the Origin Land, and using his special nightly cultivation method to enter the shadows, he successfully infiltrated the city. Dean's first target was the Dawn God Sect's military base. He also successfully arrived at his destination under the cover of shadows. But when he crawled out of the shadows, Dean was dumbfounded. He seemed to have taken the wrong path. The surrounding area was not the army with the Dawn God Sect's secrets as he had imagined. Terrifying experience it was to be stared at by countless scholars eyes the moment he crawled out of the shadows. Any normal person would have shouted "what the hell" and fled in a panic. However, Dean was obviously not a normal person. Confident in his strength, he reflexively struck out with a palm. A wolf was successfully killed, but it did not leave a corpse as he had imagined, but turned into green smoke and dissipated. Dean was wondering about it when the wolf pack rioted wolves rushed towards him. To be honest, if these were all ordinary wolves, he could have slaughtered them in a few minutes. But these wolves had problems. After fighting desperately for a long time, he had only managed to kill a few dozen wolves, and Dean's clothes and soft armor had already been bitten to pieces. He even had a piece of flesh bitten off his butt. Realizing that he had entered a terrible place, Dean wanted to escape into the shadows as soon as possible, but at this time, the Dawn Knights appeared. Dean only remembered someone shouting "heretic intrusion." Immediately afterwards, hundreds of knights in terrifying iron armor, riding tall horses covered in armor, chased after him. There were also densely packed winged warriors in the sky shooting arrows. As soon as they met, Dean realized that these people were all knights. He had no time to think about where these knights came from. He just fled blindly until he ran into the iron cube made of steel. This time, he stirred up a hornet's nest. With one, Dean was punched, sent flying into the sky, and a pit was smashed into his chest. If it weren't for his strong strength, which made his life harder, he would have been directly smashed through. What made Dean even more grief-stricken was, these terrifying iron golems were also in groups. Offending one was equivalent to offending all of them. This time, hundreds of iron golems in the entire Origin Land rioted, chasing him through the city. They were on the streets and in the alleys. Even if he hid in the shadows, the iron golems seemed to be able to see him and continued to chase him barbarously. According to Dean, this city was crazy and could find him wherever he ran. Hacks. How could he play this? Dean could only try his best to stick to the shadows on the houses and city walls to escape out of the city. In this way, at least the iron golems couldn't reach him was not only fruitless, but he almost got himself killed. Even if he escaped, he would injure his probably not be good. After returning, hold on to his breath. After returning, he would probably have to beg the demons like old Bill Carr. At the thought of himself also turning into a non-human, non-ghost, Dean's resentment grew stronger at this moment. He saw Azure standing at the city gate point. Dean's eyes lit up. He remembered Azure, the head maid of the Forbes family. She must know the secrets of the Aurora Church back. It will be a great achievement. Old Bilka certainly wouldn't mind asking the demon race for treasures to extend his life for him. Quickly observing the surroundings, there were only 2 or 3 Dawn Knights present. What a great opportunity. Using the shadows to approach Leisure, Dean leaped up and grabbed at Leisure, his body covered in blood. Hope was within reach. But lightning strike. As Leisha calmly called out, a dazzling light bloomed from the strange staff in her hand. The last image in Dean's memory was of a bolt of azure lightning descending from the sky and striking him squarely. Could it be that doing too many bad things really leads to being struck by lightning? With this last lingering thought, Dean stiffly fell to the ground. High Inquisitor. The Dawn Knights quickly surrounded her, observing Leisha. They breathed a sigh of relief after noticing that she was unharmed. Is it him? Leisha held her staff, calmly observing Dean, who was twitching on the ground, smoke rising from his body. The Dawn Knights looked at each other, and finally, one of them stepped forward. 2E. He spat a mouthful of saliva on Dean's face, then rubbed it with his foot, smearing away the black ash on his face. After examining him for a moment, he stepped decisively longer, the same as before. In terms of cultivation, she was still 2 levels behind Lear, but in terms of combat power, in a real fight, Lear might not necessarily be Leisha's opponent. After all, Leisha could justifiably pester Ian to open back doors for her, in every sense. Therefore, Witchcraft Module Advanced Grade Magic Wand, Tamer of Thunder. Inside the papal residence, Ian looked at Leisha with a smile. This is the first time you've used your staff after its advancement, right? Is it easy to use? Super awesome, young Master Ian. Leisha nodded excitedly, no longer possessing the imposing aura of a High Inquisitor. Instant spell casting, and the power is incredibly strong. Most importantly, this staff doesn't consume my own magic power. When I hold it, it actually enhances my strength a lot. I finally understand what you always mean by cheating. Then, Leisha nodded resolutely. I've decided that I'll use this staff as my natal weapon from now on. Ian waved his hand with a smile. This is just an advanced grade staff. There's also master grade above it, and master grade isn't the end. This staff can also be enhanced, and it's even stronger with special set effects. In short, you'll understand when you advance to the master grade Thunderous Might staff. However, upon hearing this, Leisha shook her head in refusal. No, I want this one. This one is given to me by you. Ian was taken aback and retorted, I've given you a lot of things. It's different, young Master Ian. Leisha glanced at Ian with a bashful look, lowered her head, and murmured, this magic wand is called Taming Leisha. Ian cracked under the silence. He thought Leisha would become normal after getting her wish, but he didn't expect this girl has become even more twisted. After a long silence, Ian coughed lightly and looked at Lear, who was holding back a laugh, with a serious expression. Wake him up and interrogate him. Young Master Ian, there's no need for interrogation. This guy's probably sent by King Bilka. Lear pointed to Dean's tattered inner armor. This is a dwarven forged inner armor that only the royal family can obtain. It seems that he's a helper that King Bilka values highly. Mouth and won't say anything. He'll likely commit suicide after being awakened. Ian chuckled and took out a verdant green staff with a strange glow and handed it to Lear. Advanced grade magic wand, Mystifier. There's a spell on it called mind control. Whether he's King Bilka's Dehad or a loyal old pal. From now on, he'll be a penitent who sincerely repents and yearns to atone for his sins by identifying the crimes of the Bilka royal family. Lear looked at Ian with some amazement. Markov and the others had been away for some time, and Lear had taken over the army training and other tasks at the starting ground. As a result, he hadn't entered the MC world these past few days. He had thought that Ian and the others must have been doing great things and gaining great rewards these past few days, but this kind of reward was much stronger than he had imagined it. After you're done, Ian saw Lear's envy at a glance and comforted him with a chuckle. Thank you, young Master Ian. Lear immediately beamed with joy, lifted Dean, and whispered, young Master Ian, after the interrogation, should we send him to see Aurora? No, not for now. Ian smiled faintly. I said, he will be a penitent who sincerely repents and yearns to atone for his sins by identifying the tyrannical acts of the royal family. Understood. Lear conveniently took a few bottles of regeneration potion and asked again. Then, what about after he finishes identifying them? Ian shook his head regretfully. Perhaps he will be willing to throw himself into the arms of zombies because he is too remorseful, using the most tragic death to atone for himself. Don't worry, Aurora will bless him in hell. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.